say, man, hey, man, you know we back in it again with another one when they thought it wasn't gonna be no another one. We is, you know it. You know it, I know it. Make sure y'all let me know. Let me know about the content.
I lost my mind after I shot him. I guess I was seeking vengeance on the one that made it all start. That's all I can say, sir.
I understand.
I was in temporary madness.
It was just a week away from Christmas, December 18th, 2020, when deputies on the Escambia County Sheriff's Office were called to the scene of a domestic disturbance at a trailer on the outskirts of Pensacola. At the scene, they would find a dead man riddled with bullets, a distraught mother, and a woman trapped inside a camper, herself unhurt but also shot at multiple times. It was a scene of chaos.
You hear any gunshots? Huh? Is the guy still here?
Yeah, there's no guns. Guys left the guns on. It's good. There's no guns here.
Is somebody shot?
I'm the neighbor.
Is somebody shot?
Yes, he's dead. He's dead.
Is multiple people or just one?
There's two people, but he's shot. He's dead. I'm the neighbor.
140. Have the other units en route not come to me, but to look for the vehicle. A red Challenger. Does it have tinted windows or anything?
Tinted windows. He's got a sunroof.
There's no guns on premises.
Red Challenger, tinted windows.
He's in here.
How many been shot?
I thought he got her, but she didn't.
All right, so give me more about this vehicle. Is there anything on the vehicle that makes it stand out?
It's just a Challenger. I'm next door. I heard a gunshot.
Ma'am.
Sam, come here, Sam.
Let's start crime scene.
Chris.
Yes. White Mouse?
Yeah.
Just need to call.
3 shots have gone through the doorknob mechanism of the camper behind the trailer, and it takes deputies a couple of minutes to get the door open, freeing Samantha Noble and her dog. Samantha had taken cover in the camper during the shootings, knowing that she was targeted to be killed by the shooter. The shooter, 58-year-old James Izzy Blackman, had fled the scene in an orange Dodge Challenger before any officers arrived.
10-4, one victim. I don't have 2 victims.
He's shot, Chris.
Hey, where would he go?
I have no idea.
Is there anyone else in the house?
No.
Is it red or is it orange? Is it red or an orange car?
It's orange, I guess.
Is it orange or red?
It's orange, I believe.
And then, inexplicably, James comes roaring back down the dead-end street, pulls up to the property, and gives himself up.
Come this way? Hey. We got him.
I didn't mean to kill him. He pulled a gun on me. He left me no choice.
I got it.
And then I flipped out after that. I'm sorry. He left me no choice. He pulled a gun on me.
There's no one inside. I got him. Don't move. Don't even move.
I'm sorry.
You're good.
I'm being peaceful. I'm not going to fight you in any way.
Dude, you're good.
I came back to turn myself in. I tried to turn myself in down the road.
You're good.
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of Christopher Roan, who lost his life in this incident. While it's far from unusual for a suspect to turn themselves in, it is pretty rare for one who escaped the scene of a crime to have such a change of heart and come right back among a swarm of law enforcement officers and surrender peacefully. Unprompted by the deputy, James just begins talking and talking. The deputy, D. Grisham, is careful not to ask the man anything more than the basic questions and only to respond to questions about the man's well-being. Even though James is giving a confession, he still has rights to counsel and to remain silent, even if he has not been advised of those rights or had invoked them. The deputy does nothing to jeopardize any case that can be made. James, however, just tries his best to explain what happened from his point of view.
I didn't mean to kill him. I just didn't have a choice. But I lost my mind after that. I don't know what happened after that. I just went berserk.
And your first name's James?
Yes, sir. I think I'm in control of myself now only because I tried to turn myself in and I brought me back to clarity.
What's your...
So that's why I came down the street like I did. I wanted to turn myself in like right here without being shot. I'm scared of the boy. He's dangerous.
Yes, sir.
And he was coming at me and I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed my gun. And then I didn't try to shoot him with it. I tried to hit him with it, and then he took the gun away, and then he got the gun and was coming at me. I thought he was going to kill me with it, man. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, sir.
So I got my gun and I shot him. I ran to the other room, got my gun, which was my wife's gun. I grabbed my wife's gun and shot him.
Yes, sir.
He was pointing the gun right at my head.
We need to stop here for just a moment and try to explain the very complex situation of the family living in this particular spot on Lockwood Drive in Escambia County. The trailer was owned by Linda Blackman, James's ex-wife. He had lived there with her, even though the couple had been divorced years before. They had been married for over 20 years before divorcing. However, after James had a series of incidents that ended up with him being physically and mentally disabled, she and her son allowed him to move back in with them. The son, Christopher Roan, was now in his mid-30s. He had spent a few years in prison and had been released 2 years prior to this incident. Because he and James sometimes didn't get along, they bought a camper for Chris and set it up in the back for him to live in. At the time of the shooting, Chris had been living in the camper with his then 50-year-old girlfriend, Samantha Noble. Samantha and Chris had a very volatile relationship. Of the four, only Linda held a job, often working 10 to 12-hour days to support her family. And now, Chris's body lay in the hallway of Linda's trailer, dead, while James sat handcuffed in the back of a patrol car.
Is my wife okay?
Which one's your wife, sir?
The one that owns the house, Linda. Is she okay?
Yes, sir.
She didn't get hurt?
No, sir.
Thank you, God. She was in between us. That's why I was worried about her.
Yes, sir.
She was trying to keep him from shooting me.
The enormity of what has happened continues to come crashing down on James as he keeps talking in the back seat of the cruiser.
I'm sorry.
I understand, sir.
I hope the Lord will forgive me is all I can hope for him.
What was that other guy's name?
That's my son, my stepson.
Your stepson, what's his name?
It's Chris Roan, R-O-A-N.
R-O-A-N?
Yes, sir.
Chris or Christopher?
It's Christopher. His dad's gonna want to kill me now. His dad's the son of Silence, enforcer, gang member. I'll be in forever looking over my shoulder because of this. But I didn't have a choice. It was him or me, the way I seen it. Sir, are they gonna put me to death for what I've done?
Sir, that whole issue is so far from being even considered or resolved at this point that...
I'm not afraid of death, but I'm saying I didn't do it on purpose.
I understand that, sir.
I didn't want it to happen.
I understand.
And I was afraid of it happening. And I've said it many times. You know, that boy's dangerous, you know?
Yes, sir.
I didn't need to be in the same house with him.
Deputies would cordon off the street and begin canvassing the neighbors for witnesses to the crime. Crime scene investigators would begin the process of finding, photographing, and collecting evidence at the scene. 3 pistols used in the incident were identified. That included one that had been in the floorboard of James's car, used to fire into the camper at Samantha, one that had been used to shoot Chris inside the trailer, and a third that had been found unloaded on the railing of a porch. That had been involved in the initial confrontation between James and Chris. 12 rounds had been fired into the body of Chris Rohn, 1 to the head and the rest striking his left arm and torso. 7 shots were fired into the camper. Amazingly, none struck Samantha Noble. James would be taken to the sheriff's office for official questioning and processing. In addition, both Linda and Samantha were taken to the sheriff's office to give statements. While the outcome of the argument was, without a doubt, there were still some unanswered questions as to why this escalated so quickly on this particular day. Let's start by looking in on the interview with Linda Blackman. She has waited for over an hour for someone to come and take her statement.
Why don't you tell me what happened today?
Well, my son is living in the camper in the backyard with his girlfriend. They don't always get along. And so we thought the perfect thing, because my son was a slob, so I didn't really want him to move back in my house. So we come up with the idea of selling him the camper, let them live in the backyard. That way when they fight, he can come in the house and they can get away from each other and work it out. So Chris has been in my house the last 2 nights sleeping, which everything has been going fine. Today we get up and it just all happened so fast. First, they started arguing because him and her were arguing, and James and Chris started yin-yanging each other, and just over their fighting and how it needs to stop, break up if y'all can't use the same old story. Then they started to physically come together, which is when I stepped in between them to try to keep them from swinging. James had a gun, I guess, in his hand. And when they first started fighting, apparently Chris hit his hand and the gun fell out of his hand and went over for the TV.
Okay.
And then Chris picks the gun up and goes outside with it. And James comes out of the bedroom and saying, "You better get that damn gun from him." And I said, "I'll handle it. Just stay out of it and let me take care of it. I got it under control." So then apparently Chris went out to the camper and then he come back in. Honestly, I don't know if he came in the front door or back door. Like I said, it went so fast. Then they started doing the yin-yanging again. I have a taser. And honestly, I was trying to get to my bedroom to get my taser because I was going to taser their asses.
It's obvious that Linda was trying her best to make peace, and from what she would describe, it was something she'd been having to do often over the years between the 2 men, and even more so since Samantha had moved in. The 4 people had been living on a powder keg this entire time. On this day, she could not prevent it from exploding.
So I didn't get to my taser in time. The next thing I know, they're in between each other. I'm coming in between them again. Amongst them fighting, I get knocked over the coffee table. That's why everything was the cigarette, because I fell over the coffee table. I got up. About that time, I get up and try to get in between them again, and James just fucking pulls the damn trigger and just unloads it on my son. And I am standing right there. I can't believe I didn't get shot. Because I am telling you, I am this close to where my son is. We're right, hugged her up almost right on each other. And he just starts shooting.
Did Chris have a gun at that time?
I really don't know. Like I said, it just went so fast, I don't know. I remember Chris saying, "Nobody's going to pull a fucking gun on me and get away with it." And they was just like this. And like I said, I got in between them. I got knocked down over the coffee table, fell on the floor, got back up. And then I think I got between them again, because I was standing up when he pulled that trigger, so I must have got up after I fell. Got back up in between them, trying to get them apart, and I didn't realize, I guess he had that other gun, and but I was this close to my son when he started pulling that trigger.
Where did James get the guns from?
I really don't know, to be honest with you. I have no idea. He didn't live with me for many years. So what he done in that time, we did not talk to each other.
Linda would go on to say that it had been Chris who asked her to let James move back in with them. James had been in a severe car accident that left him with broken hips, a pelvic fracture, and a broken leg. That, coupled with the man having been struck by lightning 15 years earlier, left the middle-aged man unable to work or care for himself. The investigators bring Linda back to the story of what happened, asking her to help them see how each was positioned during the shooting.
So, if you'll stand up for me. So we're arguing. So if James would
have been you.
Okay.
You would have been Chris. I was like this trying to get him, and the next thing I know, like I said, James just pulls a gun and just starts shooting.
Did that happen behind you or?
No, he was in front of me the whole time.
Okay.
They were both like right here. I was like right here.
Okay, so it would have been like this.
Yeah.
And if he's Chris, did you see Chris raise his hand?
No.
Or anything? Like he had a gun?
No, I was watching James.
Okay.
Mostly because James has been deemed mental. I mean, I knew when I married this man all these years ago he wasn't quite normal. You know, I mean, I didn't realize he was, but he did get struck by lightning. I don't know if that's what's happened. He's been diagnosed over the years. I kept saying, you got mental problems, you need to go get help. So we did actually go to get help.
The help he received in the
Granny was on their ass for real low key.
end did not help him cope with the life going on around him, and it played out horribly on that December afternoon.
About Chris, was he ever violent with Chris? Did he ever threaten him with?
Oh, they've gotten to arguments many a times, but I don't think it ever really got physical between them, really.
I'm sorry, did you say earlier that once the gun got knocked out of James's hand, Chris picked it up?
Yes, Chris did pick it up.
So you saw him with a gun at some point?
I did see Chris with the gun. He picked the gun up. He went out the front door with the gun. And I believe he went out to the camper where Samantha...
When you say the front door, you call the front door the back by the camper?
No, I call the front door the front by the road.
Okay, so he went out the front door?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe he went out the front door. Like I said, it all was going so fast.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he went out the front door, and I think he went around to the camper at that time. Then the next thing I know, he's back in the house and started in. I kept saying, Bud, stop, you know, I'll take care of this. And then they tie up again, and I get back in between them, and then that's when it hit. But I did not honestly notice. I really wasn't paying attention. I don't know if Chris had that other gun in his hand or not. I don't know.
How did there shell casings from bullets out in the back?
Okay, you know how that happened? After he shot my son, he went to the back door and said he was going to kill her, or he was going after her. I ran out. I think I must have ran out a second before him or right after him. I think it was after he went out, because he started firing, and I yelled to her, "Run, Samantha, he's going to shoot and kill you." And then I turned around, not knowing what he would do then, and ran through the house across to my neighbors across the road, because then I was scared he might come after me.
So he goes to the back door. Does he walk down in the yard or?
Honey, I don't know. I ran like hell after that.
Okay.
Let's pause for a moment with Linda and look back on the statement given by Samantha Noble. She would spend roughly 2 hours before being questioned by law enforcement to get her side of the story. It has been a terribly stressful day for Samantha, but it is obvious that she has been living in an incredibly complicated life.
I went back in the camper and I never fucking come back out. I was in there and I hear all this yelling going on while I was watching Criminal Minds. I recorded 4 days worth of it and I couldn't tell if the yelling was on there, so I turned the TV off and I could tell the shit was just hitting the fan in there. So I popped the screen door on the campers on the inside. So I popped the doors open and I just had my ear out. I see Chris come around the front. So I opened the door and I was like, what the fuck you doing? And I see he had a firearm in his hand. He said, this fucker just pulled a gun on me. He said, I kicked it out of his hand. He said, I don't know what to do, Sam. Well, I hear Miss Linda going off like something happened to her. And that's his mom. I should never let him go back in there. Should never let him go back in there. And he darted in there and I heard all the shots.
What did Chris do with the gun?
He took the clip out, laid the clip on the rail outside. And so I guess he had the gun still in his hand, and then the clip was outside from what I seen. There was part of the gun laying outside on the rail.
Okay.
And then the next thing I know, Miss Linda opens that back door. She said, run, Sam, run. James has shot Chris. And he come behind her, and I seen the other gun. And I was just trying to lock myself in. And that's where you see all the bullet holes right here. He's trying to shoot me. Okay. And I got on top of my dog, and I called 911.
There's a need to see if James had a history of violence with members of the family, and so Samantha is asked about that dynamic.
James was really bad about knocking her down and shit. Because I left Chris at the beginning of the year. I moved out for a little while, and I come back to get some stuff, and James come out the back door, threatening to kill me and the girl that was with me. And I was like, what the fuck's wrong with him, Linda? She's like, he's just off his meds. Just, I'll handle him. He was nasty. But I just figured he was mouthing it crazy. I really, never in a million years. James usually stays in the bedroom. If y'all see in his room, he's got electric guitars hooked up everywhere. The whole neighborhood hears him play. He's a badass guitarist. And he is, like I said, he's flaky as Looney Bird, always preparing for the end of the world. He's off his mark. She's just slid off the cracker a long time ago.
Finally, she asks about James and how he's holding up through all of this.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you talked to James?
I have.
Does he feel bad?
Is he what?
Does he feel bad? Does he know what he's done?
He knows what he's done, and he has shown some remorse. So, as far as killing Chris, he left out the part about shooting at you.
So let's look in on James' interview with the investigators. He is relatively calm, often remorseful about what happened. There's no attempt to weasel out of what he has done, but it seems important that he tries to explain what drove him to this.
I didn't want to kill him, though. I was scared of him. Have been for a long time. I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner.
Yes, sir.
To be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I was kind of hoping that he would possibly mess himself up and go back to prison or something so we would be away from our family, but I know that's terrible to wish for your own child, but...
I understand what you're saying, sir.
And then they ask him about Samantha.
I woke up, they was all arguing in the house. It was like, we've got this girl that's been staying with us.
Yes, sir.
Staying with my son, and she's like the devil. I mean, she's just like the devil. You know what I'm saying?
And who is that? The girl?
I don't know what her last name is.
Okay. What's her first name?
Samantha.
Okay.
He would go on to tell investigators that he had been telling Linda that she needed to file official eviction papers to get Samantha out of the camper and out of their lives. He explained that Linda felt that Chris, for all the fighting that was going on, didn't want that, and she was caught in the midst of it all. The investigators would bring him back to explaining what had happened at the time of the shooting.
I don't really know what happened from there. My son said something about you're not going to do anything to nobody, and he started going in an outrage.
Okay.
And said he was going to hurt me or something. I heard him yelling something from the other room. And I know how he is, so I was already looking for a weapon because I knew he was coming. When I looked out the door, he was coming.
From when you looked out the door, out the bedroom door?
Out my bedroom door.
Okay.
I seen him coming, and his mama was in between them trying to push him away.
Okay.
So while she was pushing him away, I ran and got her gun.
Okay.
And he was trying to get to me, and I guess I was trying to get to him. We were tussling.
Right.
He knocked the gun out of my hand. The gun went across the room. He went running for the gun. I knew what was going to happen next.
Okay.
So I ran for another gun. Gun I had, my gun. I ran for my gun because I knew he had a gun at that point. Because he was running for the gun, so I ran the other way.
Okay.
When I come back, she was trying to get him to stop again. He had the gun over his shoulder, pointing it right at my face, and said, "You ain't gonna point no gun at me ever again." And that's when I shot him.
Okay.
And when I shot him, I seen him moving. At least I think I did. Best as I can remember. I thought I saw him move again, so I unloaded the gun.
They bring him back to the environment that led up to the shooting, what had set it off that afternoon.
56 years ago, we conquered the moon. Now Verizon is conquering dead zones with satellite, and I'm helping them do it. Can you text me now? Good.
She was throwing the furniture out of the house this morning.
The girlfriend?
Yeah, that's what I got up to. They was telling me, "Do you know what that crazy bitch is outside doing right now?" And I was like, "What?" And said she's throwing the furniture out on the fire pit. Gonna burn the furniture they just bought yesterday. I said, "God damn, I don't want to hear this shit today. You know, I can't hear no more of this." I told her, I said, "Linda, go down there and get a fucking eviction notice on that woman. I'll pay for it my goddamn self." I said, "Just go do it. Let's get that bitch out of here before she ruins our household." And she said, "I've had enough of it myself. I've got to do something." I said, "Well, all you got to do is serve her eviction and get her the fuck out of here." She said, "I'm not ready to do that because of Chris. You know what Chris will do. Chris will go crazy over that shit, you know. I was getting involved in it." I said, "I know, Linda, but goddamn, you know, this shit can't keep going on like this. You know, every day it's just turmoil, turmoil, turmoil. He's yelling, they're yelling at each other. He's threatening, she's threatening. You know, she's threatening our family with violence from other people. You know, he's threatening her violence. I'm going to kill you, bitch. You know, he's going to kill his own girlfriend. You know, it's every fucking day. Everybody's going to get killed."
The investigators leave the room. They're going back and forth between the three survivors of the incident, trying to get the story down. 2 hours after leaving James, one officer comes back in, walking in as James is down on his knees, head down, deep in prayer.
Hey, James. Hey, I'm back, buddy. What you doing, Bubba? Praying?
Yes, sir.
You a godly man?
I try to be.
Yeah, me too. Same here. It's tough in this world, but I try to be also because I'm a believer that when you leave this earth, that you go someplace.
I saw the Christ. I know he's real.
And I certainly don't want to go down there, so I try to be right with the man.
I saw hell too.
So
when I got struck, I went right into hell.
It changed your life, didn't it? I mean, it changed it in not the best way, obviously, but you got your life spared, right?
I've been trying, but you know, the world just doesn't have it in for me.
Well, you know, no matter what happens from this day forward, you know, no matter...
I'm still going to have the Lord in my heart.
That's right. No matter what law enforcement, what judge, what courts, anything like that, that's only temporary in this life, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Because when we go home,
yeah,
we go home.
Yeah.
Right?
I hope the Lord will have me now that this has happened.
Well, you know, I'm also a firm believer that there's, you know, if you talk to Jesus, talk to God, and you repent your sins, and
I've been trying so hard. It's just, I don't feel like I was left any choice on that. He would have killed me.
And I totally get that.
But then
I'm not judging you at all, buddy. I have no malice, ill will, or anything towards you because of what you did. That's not my job. And I've talked to hundreds of people that have sat right here in your shoes, you know?
I don't have any malice against myself. I felt like I was doing what I needed to do to keep me alive, so...
It serves as a stark reminder that even in a situation of extreme violence where one person takes another's life, that real human beings are involved.
Hey man, I think that they say that was supposed to be Vaughn of 1700 right there.
And sometimes their actions weigh heavily on themselves, and that a world of complications can lead up to something irrevocable. And in this case, there was almost a second murder, and now James needs to answer to that.
And after the incident happened with Chris, all right, then what'd you do? Because I know what you did.
I think I tried to kill that girl.
Yes, sir.
But I was out of my mind. I was just like I was on autopilot. I couldn't stop myself. I'm being honest.
I said I wasn't trying to kill him. I was trying to bug up on her ass.
You go out the back door?
I saw him. I looked in his face and I saw him dead. And I immediately held her responsible for it.
Because of her?
Yeah.
So you march outside.
I think I was going to kill her.
And you started shooting?
I think so, yeah.
Porch, steps, yard?
I don't know.
Did you empty the pistol?
Probably did, yeah.
Okay.
I think I was trying to kill her. I don't know. I was out of my mind. I was holding her responsible for it. That's where my guilt lies.
Okay.
Is after the fact.
Okay.
And I'll admit that totally. I'm guilty of that.
And in the end, guilty is what the jury found James Blackman of in the second-degree murder of Christopher Roan and the first-degree attempted murder of Samantha Noble. The case would be heard in state court on July 21st and 22nd of 2022. James would be given a life sentence with a mandatory 25-year term for killing Chris and a consecutive life sentence with
Ba ba da ba. Let's go. Season 2. How we coming, man? How we coming? I say, how we coming, man? That should be loading so slow, bro. Let's go. Come on. What the fuck? Bro, this ain't no way my shit takes this long. Damn, I'm get it. No, we ain't trying to get it. We trying to see what's in the past. Let's see what's in the past. I already got that battle pass. I need to see this. Okay. Is there anything in here that's worth it? Agile tough. Tough. No shoe drops. Same drop. Let's get it. Let's get it. Damn, I'm bleeding, brother. Brother. YouTube be trying to get me for copyright, knowing damn well I ain't trying to copyright. It's been a little bit since I've been on Fortnite though. struggle, man. Tilted towers, shifty shafts. We're gonna start it there. Okay, we liking this update. Damn, they knocked me out the race early. Bro played it better than me. I can't hate on it. I can't hate. Yeah. See what this tilted tower is about, man. That's bullshit. Not gonna lie. Update is decent though. Just not for me. Not for me. Damn, I'm bleeding, brother. We gonna rock out, man. We ain't getting too many views right now, but we still gonna rock out. That's how we do. Gotta stay consistent no matter what, you know? If you know, you know.
We got a female body.
It looks like a human head to me.
Don't know if it's her or what, but we have a female body.
Well, that's a 1092. That's a body.
Yeah.
Let's get out.
Yep.
I can see enough right now. Looks like a girl's hand. Let's back out.
Basically, she face down, pants down. She's got black heels on, like boots on.
It was a volunteer search team that made the chilling discovery of a body in the Nevada desert. They were scouring the area looking for 16-year-old Gabrielle Ulaki, who was known as Brittany to everyone. When the searchers spotted a suspicious red stain on the side of the road, it didn't take long for them to notice drag marks. That led them right to the body lying among the sagebrush, partially wrapped in a blue tarp. Police were determined to find out what happened to Brittany, but when their investigation took them in a direction that her family and friends never expected, the horror of what happened to the spunky teenager took on an even more sinister tone.
On the phone, okay, and I just want to let you know that we have found the body. Can you get me some help? There's some people. Help me, please.
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of the victim in this case, Brittany Ulaki. Brittany Ulaki was an outgoing teenager and an avid cowgirl. She loved horses, ranching, and rodeos. She lived in Elko County, Nevada, a small community located about 400 miles north of Las Vegas. Brittany had dreams for her future. She thought about joining the Navy to serve her country as a nurse or psychologist. She was also considering enrolling in cosmetology school to learn how to be a special effects makeup artist for the film industry. Tragically, those youthful aspirations were extinguished on March the 8th of 2020, just 3 months before Brittany's 17th birthday. That Sunday started out uneventfully for Brittany. She accompanied her father James to watch his band practice at the city of Elko, as she often did on the weekends. They covered classic heavy metal tunes, and when the practice was nearly over, Brittany became bored and restless. She called her 18-year-old friend, Bryce Dickey, to pick her up, leaving her father with the words, "I'll beat you home." She never made it there. Surveillance footage showed Brittany at Angel Park getting into Bryce's truck at 3:22 p.m. By 5 o'clock, James called Brittany's mother, Alicia, to ask if she had seen her. She hadn't. She wasn't answering her mom's calls either. Just a half hour later, her phone started going straight to voicemail. Like many teens, she was always tethered to her cell phone, so this was an immediate cause for concern from her parents. And as each hour ticked by, they grew increasingly frantic with worry. That night, her father called the police. The following day, Brittany's mother, Alicia, filed a missing juvenile report with the Elko County Sheriff's Office.
She was supposed to be going home yesterday. She was in town with her dad.
Okay.
And she told him, I'm going to get a ride home with a friend. I'll beat you home. And he says, you better beat me because I'll be there in an hour. And she goes, we're going right home.
Talking about coming here?
Do you know her dad lives in South Fork? We're split up.
Okay.
And her friend that had her, I talked to him. He dropped her off at the high school down here at 4 o'clock with some guy. And I go, what guy? And he goes, I don't know. She just said my new friend. Tall, white, cowboy-looking guy with a green truck. And now nobody can find her. None of her friends. Her phone's not on.
Okay.
I don't know what to do.
Has she ever did this before?
No.
Never done this before?
No. And even when she does go out and do dumb things, we get a call with some crazy kind of an excuse. You know what I mean? Trying to get her out of trouble. Nothing. Not a friend. None of her friends are best friends. Nobody can find her.
Okay. So yesterday, have you guys tried to call any of her friends or
everybody?
Nobody's heard from her?
No.
Okay.
Which is weird. Because she's a social media freak. You know what I mean? She's always talking to people.
Does she go here to Spring Creek High School?
She's actually doing homeschool.
Okay.
She's got a lot of enemies, and I'm scared.
She has a lot of enemies? Why would you say that?
She just does. That's why she's not in school. Everybody wants. The last time she went to a rodeo, she got jumped by 4 girls. And I'm just worried.
Brittany's family wondered if troubles she had experienced with other teens in the past were connected to her disappearance. This video was recorded of Brittany fighting 2 girls at a rodeo about a year before her disappearance. She's the one wearing the white shirt.
Shit, freaking talking about. Oh no, she was handling hers. I don't get no fuck. And she took off first. Fuck you talking about?
Was recorded of Brittany fighting 2 girls at a rodeo about a year before her disappearance. She's the one wearing the white shirt. Brittany's parents told the police that she wasn't the kind of kid to run away or stop communicating, so her failure to respond set off alarm bells. When they started calling her circle of friends trying to track down someone who knew where she was, they learned that she wasn't answering any of them either.
When you said that you've had some issues with your daughter just in the recent past, with her being 17 and stuff, has she ever broke curfew before or never broke curfew?
Just mouthy, you know, like 17-year-old stuff that makes you want to just go, ugh.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But never.
Never stay out all night like this. Never.
No.
Not show up whenever you tell her to be home.
Yeah. Whenever she does, she ends up just texting my dad some excuse. Like whenever she does.
So yesterday when she left from town and said that she was going to beat Dad home, meaning she was going to come here, right? Do you have any idea why she would have, in the process of saying, well, I'll beat you home, and driving here, she decides to...
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what she's doing, what she's thinking. I know she thinks she's invincible, and she's not.
Bryce Dickey told the same story to everyone who asked about his last moments with Brittany. They drove around town for a while. Then Brittany asked to be dropped off in a parking lot of the Spring Creek High School so she could meet a new friend. He said when they arrived at the school around 4:30 p.m., he described the friend as a white male wearing a cowboy hat who drove a forest green pickup truck, a Ford F-150. A police officer met with Bryce at the high school to question him about the last time he saw Brittany.
Hey, Bryce.
How's it going?
Good. Well, I appreciate you meeting here.
Yeah, no problem.
So, kind of run me through it so I can understand what's going on. So, I'm going to stand in the shade over here if you don't mind.
Alright, so Sunday, around 11, I started texting, got a few texts from Brittany, just asked if I wanted to hang out. I said sure, got ready and stuff. Told me she could meet me at Angel Park because she said her dad was doing band practice. And then went to town, called her when I got into town on 5th, and then picked her up at Angel Park, drove around, went up towards Mountain View, and then asked what she wanted to do. Said she had no idea, said, why don't we just go drive around to Spring Creek since we got more room over there. So we went back over the hill, just started chatting, talked about her finishing school, how school was going for me. Kept driving around, and then we were over in the horse palace section, and my dad called me asking if I could come back home. So I told her I needed to go. Asked her if she wanted me to just drop her back off at Angel Park, and she said that she wanted me to drop her off at the high school to meet her new friend, and said her dad was going to pick her up later. So then came over here, pulled in right over there, gave her a hug and stuff, and then she got out, I pulled out, and then started heading that way. And the F-150 was over there, but I didn't know that was where she was going at that time. And then got about right towards where it opens up, and then looked back, and they were both standing outside the truck. And then I got to the turnout right over there by the middle school, and then the F-150 was in motion.
So you just drove around, you didn't stop anywhere?
No, we didn't stop at all. We literally just kept doing circles, drove around towards the sports complex, looped back around, went through the housing section, to the horse palace section.
I just think it's kind of odd. I think you know more than what you're telling me.
I'm being honest, sir. I mean, not in a bad way, but any of my friends you can ask, that's what we do most of the time, is literally just drive around Spring Creek for hours.
Well, I'm thinking you know more about Brittany than what you're actually confident. I've been doing this for a long time, and I usually can smell somebody that's leaving out something. So what are you leaving out?
I'm not leaving out anything, sir. There's nothing that I'm leaving
out. Right now is the time to lay all the cards down.
I know, because this is a serious, extremely serious thing.
If I come back and I find out that you're withholding information and being deceptive to me,
then that's when charges and stuff start coming.
Yeah. So
I know.
Help your friend out.
I'm giving you everything I have. I literally, she seemed perfectly normal. I didn't stop anywhere. Just drove around and talked for like 3 hours.
Even though Bryce Dickey was one of the last of Brittany's friends to see her alive, her family and friends didn't suspect him. Brittany and Bryce had known each other since middle school and had hung out many times over the years. They were such close friends that they called each other Big Brother and Lil Sis. Brittany's mother said that she trusted him implicitly. She felt comfortable when her daughter was going somewhere accompanied by Bryce because he always took such good care of her. It was inconceivable that he would do anything to harm her. But Bryce...
I'll keep being fooled by that big bro little sis shit. I'll tell you, I ain't gonna lie to you. They'll be the first motherfuckers to get you. do the dirtiest. So y'all just be safe out there.
Didn't hesitate to let police know that there were other people in the area who didn't like Brittany.
We have a friend group here of around like 30, 40 people, and even more than that know Brittany. Brittany's really known all around Spring Creek.
Why's that?
She's, well, like, in the last, between like 3 years ago and like a year and a half ago, she kind of made a name for herself because a lot of people around here didn't like Brittany.
Okay.
In that period, she got in a lot of fights.
Okay.
But, and then she talks to a lot of people.
Why did she go from unliked to liked? What's she doing to change that? Because usually it takes something dramatic.
Honestly, a lot of people still around here still don't.
Okay.
There's like a very few amount of people that like her.
Okay. So why would she go from that to being all of a sudden liked? And I mean, what's going on? Is she into the bad world and underworld? That
basically anything I've heard is just stuff people have told me, nothing that I'm sure of. But like last year, I heard she was hanging out with a lot of people that just weren't very on the upside.
Okay.
But I heard that a few times from a few different people. Besides that, I really don't know.
Was anybody able to figure out who was the person that saw the green truck?
That was me.
Oh, that was you, okay. So anyway, we described it, but sorry, so many conversations and us going to Utah yesterday doesn't really have the time.
Okay. So yeah, he was the last one to see her, and to see her here, and he reported the green truck kind of thing. So that's what we're just trying to understand all that. That's what we're out here doing now. Just really trying to figure out where they went, who they were talking with, what they were talking about, who, what, where's, why's.
It's too bad they don't have any cameras out here anymore.
Yeah, some places they do, some places they don't. So we all want to rely on the digital age, and it's not always there.
No, I definitely. It's missing a lot around here.
After Brittany's parents called him looking for her, Bryce
mentioning something about it's not more camera, even acknowledging the fact that hey, it's no more cameras. It's like, why do you even know that? Why are you even looking for him?
Sent Brittany 3 Snapchat messages. He seemed worried about her whereabouts. He wasn't the only one messaging Brittany. Snapchat records obtained by police show many friends reached out to her. At first, they hoped her disappearance was a misunderstanding or a voluntary pause in communication. Then they grew increasingly insistent, begging her to respond. They let her know that they were there to help if she was in some kind of trouble. When the plea to help find Brittany hit social media that night, it captured the attention of many residents of close-knit Elko County. Together, they launched an all-out hunt for Brittany and the mystery man in the green pickup truck. Citizen sightings of vehicles.
But this the same neighborhoods, county that don't like her, but they doing a whole man. Like, come on, man.
Matching the description Bryce gave flooded into the small police department. Officers ran down every lead. Volunteer search parties covered the area. The Ruby Mountain Rebels 4-wheel driving club sent out 6 search units. They were the ones who ended up finding Brittany.
It looks like a human head to me.
Yeah, it looks like a chest cavity in the dark.
We walked over here on this side. I'm pretty sure that's their drag marks there.
All right, well.
But I stopped right here. He parked right there where he's at. I stopped and I backed up right there. So I don't know if you guys do the tire print and all that, or if that's all TV.
Yeah, we'll have to do a whole bunch of stuff like that if that's what it is.
Shoot.
We'll get a statement from you guys here in a second, so.
All right. Keep photos going in.
Yeah, you got your camera?
Yeah.
My video's on too.
When people are facing a crisis, particularly one as public as Brittany's disappearance, it's not uncommon for shady characters to crawl out of the woodwork to prey on their fear and grief. After the search for Brittany went viral, her mother began receiving ransom text messages demanding $25,000 in exchange for the return of her daughter. Detectives told her not to pay the ransom and even to not respond while they were working on figuring out who was sending the text messages. The following afternoon, volunteers searching for Brittany found her body. It had been 3 days since she had disappeared. At first, police worried that she was killed because the ransom demand wasn't met. Elko County Sheriff's Office Detective Nicholas Stake had the gut-wrenching task of telling Brittany's mom that a body had been found and that he was going out to investigate who it was. But in Alicia's heart, she knew it was her child lying in the desert. Detective Stake later said that her anguished cries were by far the worst sound he's ever heard in his years of working in law enforcement.
On the phone, okay, and I just want to let you know that we have found the body.
I'm gonna pass out. Can you get me some help? Can you get me some help?
Yep, there's some people. Okay.
Oh my God, give me some help. We're out.
Police initially described Bryce as cooperative, but their suspicions intensified as his story kept changing, and it was inconsistent with the evidence they had gathered. When they obtained surveillance footage from a local gas station, it showed Bryce's dark blue Chevy pickup truck heading out to Burner Basin, not towards the Spring Creek High School as he had claimed. Snapchat geolocation records blew big holes in Bryce's story. They revealed that Bryce and Brittany were together at Burner Basin, where Brittany's body was found, for 23 minutes from 4:09 p.m. until just after 4:30. Bryce left Burner Basin at 5:25 p.m. to head home and arrived a half an hour later. Her phone was later found by police 4/10 of a mile from the body. It was damaged, perhaps smashed with an object or thrown from a vehicle. The police team gathering evidence found a ring of keys with a lanyard bearing Brittany's name near the feet of the body. Hanging in a sagebrush not far from where she lay were a set of earbuds and a used condom. An empty wrapper was found at the roadside near the red stain on the ground that was consistent with a pool of blood. It was the DNA that told the story of what happened to Brittany. Brittany's DNA was on the outside of the condom, Bryce's was on the inside. A pile of dried chewing tobacco near the bloodstain on the road contained saliva that matched Bryce's DNA. Brittany's neck and fingernails also had DNA on them that matched up to Bryce. A search warrant was executed on Bryce's home, where investigators recovered a pair of boots and a sweatshirt with red-brown stains on them. Inside one of the boots was a knife. The Regional Medical Examiner's Office determined that the cause of Brittany's death was strangulation, likely with some kind of ligature, and a single stab wound to the neck that severed the carotid artery. A week after Brittany's body was found, detectives interrogated Bryce again, this time at the police station. They began the interview with a soft approach to lull him into thinking they were buying into his story. First, they had him describe in painstaking detail the green truck he had identified as belonging to Brittany's new friend, the mysterious cowboy. They showed him photo after photo of green trucks so he could pick out the one that most resembled it. Then they had him draw out the routes that he drove around town with Brittany.
Well, tell me about Brittany. What's she like?
You're gonna have to ask a question because that's a lot. Brittany is not in like a bad way or anything, but I mean,
right. Well, what was Brittany to you? Did us?
Honestly, Brittany was my little sis. Like, I've known her since 7th or 8th grade, one of the closest people to me. I was gonna say, I didn't even start calling her, called her little sis for about the last 2.5, 3 years, but she called me big brother since probably about like right after the first year that I met her, but one of the closest people to me. She was, a lot of people didn't like her for a lot of reasons, but she was very blunt and kept to who she was, even if a lot of people didn't like that. So that was why a lot of people in Spring Creek didn't like her, just because she was extremely honest. But no, she was always happy. She would get in a lot of like actual fights, but then a month later she would be best friends with the person she got in a fight with. She knew almost everyone. Seemed like there wasn't somebody in this town she didn't know. But she was extremely sweet. Pretty much always had a smile on her face. Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I can't imagine what you're going through right now. I mean, you know, hearing you talk about her like that and everything, and you know where we're at. So take your time, man. It's all right.
But honestly, in reason, I don't see why anyone would have a reason to do this in an anger way. Because Brittany was probably the most forgiving person I've ever met, and one of the nicest. Because I mean, you could punch her in the back of the head, and she would still forgive you.
Okay, so I can't see why you would do this in an anger way.
I have yet to meet someone that's had a falling out with Brittany that hasn't been fixed. Is what I mean by that. Like, so a lot of people didn't like Brittany, and I mean, a lot of people still don't. That's just because of her personality. I haven't met anybody that's actually like had intentions to hurt Brittany.
Detectives are about to confront Bryce with the most incriminating piece of evidence they have. He scrambles to come up with an explanation to fit the facts that they discovered.
We located some items, or an item. Okay, do you have any idea what that item might be?
No.
Okay, what if I told you that it had both yours and Brittany's DNA on it?
What would that be?
Do you have any idea?
No.
Now's the time to be truthful.
I'm being 100%, sir. I don't know what you're referring to.
Now, you told me before that you and Brittany had never been intimate in a sexual way.
No.
Okay, what if I said I had evidence that shows that that might not be accurate either?
I'm not lying. I've never kissed. I've never had sex with Brittany. Besides hugging and I've never had sex or any intimate relationship with Brittany.
Okay. Have you ever watched TV and seen DNA comparisons?
No, not. I mean, I've watched crime shows, but haven't really paid attention to it.
So, you gave a DNA sample, right?
Yes.
Okay. We found a condom. All right. Then we found Brittany. And we have Brittany's DNA. We have your DNA. And we have a condom.
That can't be.
It is.
Listen. I've never had sex with Brittany. I swear. I've never had sex with Brittany.
Okay. So then explain to me how...
I don't know. I'm freaking out right now because I've never had sex with Brittany.
Okay.
I've never had
explain
sex.
to me how a condom has your DNA on the inside and her DNA on the outside. Because that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense, and I don't...
And you can understand my concerns that, you know, I've been truthful with you, okay? And I know this is really stressful, okay? I can't imagine where you're at, all right? but we'll get through this together, okay? And I need you to help me help you, all right? And the biggest concern I have is you could see that we have some footage that kind of contradicts what you said.
Yes, sir.
We've got a condom that was recovered near Brittany's body, and it has DNA on it with both you and Brittany, okay? And you told me that you guys had never been intimate, all right? There's only one way that DNA could have gotten on that condom that way.
I'm aware of that.
And you have a pattern now of lying. You were deceptive to Detective Fisher because you got scared. You just admitted that.
I admitted I was
and
scared, yes.
Your timeline doesn't match up. The other people we've talked to, their stories don't match with yours.
What do you mean they don't match with mine? Am I allowed to ask that or no?
No, absolutely.
No, you can ask.
Yeah, there's just some issues with the time, okay, and things like that. But the thing I'm concerned about right now is if you were in my perspective and you looked at all this, what would you think?
That I did it to Brittany.
Okay. If you were me, okay, how would you explain the condom?
I don't know.
If you were me looking at that as a detective, what would you make of it? Okay?
Exactly what you guys are thinking right now.
Okay, because here's the thing, all right? If I don't know what happened, I can't help you out any more past this point. I can't help you figure out the truth. Tell me the truth, okay? We need to get through this together. And I need to hear from you what happened.
Okay.
Okay?
Wait, can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Are you guys trying to get a confession of me killing Brittany?
I'm trying to figure out how your DNA got on a condom on the inside that has her DNA on the outside. I need to figure out what happened with that condom.
Our job is to work as hard to prove innocence as it is guilt. If you didn't do this, we'll work to the end of the earth to prove that you didn't do this. But that requires 100% honesty on your end, because the stuff we have indicates it hasn't been there.
And that's my concern, is we've got these...
There's a lot of faults in it, and I'm aware. It was extremely odd. Brittany was being literally the only time Brittany was being really flirty for some reason throughout that day, and then so we kissed, and I had gotten a blowjob, but it was through a condom. But then after I was done, she was the one who took the condom, and then thought she threw it out of the truck, and then that's the condom.
When confronted by detectives about the various lies he told, Bryce kept changing his story. At one point, he claimed that he left Brittany on the road, still alive, but near where her body was found, to meet the cowboy. Then he said he dropped Brittany off near a trailer park to meet a different local man who had given Brittany trouble in the past. After listening to his pack of lies and ever-shifting stories, detectives finally had enough of Bryce Dickey. They knew the evidence would tell the true story, even if Bryce wouldn't.
Last opportunity to tell me the truth.
I'm over, sir.
So you're still expecting us to believe that you dropped her off and her body miraculously appeared where the condom and condom wrapper were, by some strange coincidence?
I did not kill Brittany, but imagine being in my position trying to explain this.
Well, we're trying to figure out how she ended up dead. But realize, she disappeared on the 8th. You've been sitting on this knowledge without sending saying anything to anybody?
Because I've had the entire town of Spring Creek asking me if I've killed Brittany.
And you might as well have if you didn't say anything.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Well, so this is the story that you're going to stick with?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, stand up and face that way. Separate your feet. And put your hands behind your back.
Brittany's loved ones were disgusted that Bryce had the gall to join in the search party looking for her, and they were appalled that he mourned her untimely death alongside them after her body was found, attending a candlelight vigil and memorial balloon release. They had comforted Bryce, reassuring him that her murder wasn't his fault.
One other question. If you could say something to Brittany, what would you say?
Easy. I love you. That'd be the first thing I would say.
What about the second?
I'm sorry. Because I kind of blamed myself for this. Even though...
Why would you blame yourself?
I mean, I know that I didn't know what was going to happen, but I mean, I'm the last one that saw her before she's dead. And I mean, her mom even made me promise that I would blame myself, but kind of still have a lot of regrets and a lot of stuff I wish I would have done differently that day. Because I wish I would have just taken her back to town to her dad, but dropped plenty of friends off at tons of different places, so it did not quite seem different to me.
Well, I guess on that note then, what would you say to her mom?
I've already talked to her mom, and I've kind of hard to get words out because talking to her mom the last 2 times I've seen her pretty hard, but like I told her when we were at the balloon release was the first time I saw her after it all happened, but I saw her and we hugged and I said I was sorry and kind of both broke down, and then she made me promise that I wouldn't blame myself, stuff like that, and then Caroline and her whole family kind of hugged me and just told me that I meant a lot to Brittany and stuff like that, so.
Well, it seems like you cared for her quite a bit. Just out of curiosity, and we promise we won't tell your girlfriend, had you ever been intimate?
I got that question the last 2 times. Brittany and I have never been intimate in any way. I mean, like, a lot of people get the wrong intentions because, I mean, do it with all my friends, but, like, calling my female friends love and stuff like that, but that's just kind of the way I was raised in a sense, the grammar-wise, but Brittany and I have never had a relationship or have been intimate in any way. That's why my girlfriend was comfortable with hers, because she never flirted with me or anything like that.
Okay.
Did you ever want to be?
No.
Never?
No, I never had that want or urge or anything. I literally saw Brittany as my little sister.
Bryce had even led a salute by gunfire that began with a group of guys meeting up at his place. Yesterday, we all received news that made us hit the floor. Around 8 in the morning, we all started meeting up at my house to grieve and to mourn Brittany's life, which was taken far too soon. That day, I had tears of pain and joy. I wish she could have seen the amount of us that came together to honor you, sis. We love you so much. Just know that you won't ever be forgotten. Prosecutors initially sought the death penalty for Bryce Dickey, but stopped pursuing it after consulting with Brittany's family. Following a 2-week trial, Bryce was convicted in May of 2022 at the age of 20. He was found guilty of first-degree murder and sexual assault with a deadly weapon. The jury sentenced him to 20 years to life in prison with the possibility of parole. But then, Elko District Judge Mason Simons added 50 years to his sentence because of the deadly weapon he used when committing this crime. No one knows why Bryce took Brittany's life so violently and mercilessly that day after years of peaceful companionship. Detectives learned that months before her death, he told Brittany that he had a crush on her, but she had rejected his advance. He continues to deny killing the girl he affectionately called Lil Sis. He appealed his conviction, but it was rejected by the Nevada Supreme Court in May of 2024. He is serving his sentence at the Lovelock Correctional Center. He has the possibility of parole after 46 years. If you found this case compelling, don't forget to...
Bro, Cook. I'm talking about Big Cook. That shit is crazy. It's always the motherfucker. You keep on trusting the motherfuckers to call you big bro, little bro. Hell no. I don't trust none of that shit.
Hey, Ryan Reynolds here for Mint Mobile with a very exciting announcement for parents everywhere. It's called Mint Kids.
Sheriff's Department!
Hold on! Wait a minute!
Got some search warrants for your property here. We need to come in and talk to you, all right?
On a pretty day in June of 2023, 17-year-old Valerie Tyndall got up and headed to work. She was part of a lawn mowing crew, and it was a perfect day to earn some money and catch some rays on the day that would never see temperatures rise out of the 70s. It should have been a perfect day, except that her boss said that she never arrived and she never came home that evening or ever again. What happened to young Valerie Tyndall on that fateful day? What kind of web of lies would have to be unraveled before justice could be served?
You're here today because Valerie Tyndall, who's been missing or run away since June 7th.
She got out of the car and got in with another guy.
That was the last time you seen her?
Yes. And she was pissed because the boy dumped her. She talked him into taking her back, just so she could dump him a week later.
What happened to Valerie?
Valerie got carried away. She was going to tell everybody that I was making moves on her. Things got out of hand.
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of Valerie Tyndall, a young woman taken just as her life was beginning to blossom. Arlington, Indiana is a small community just outside of Rushville, Indiana. Home to just over 400 people, it's the kind of place where, if you're a teenager, you're looking for a way out. In the case of Valerie Tyndall, she was one of those kids. She struggled with schoolwork up until the last couple of years, but things had recently clicked and she had turned her grades around, reflecting the bright young person that she was. She was the middle of 3 children in her family, and she was ready to get out on her own and make her own way in the world. And then, June 7th, she just disappeared. She just told her family that she was headed to a mowing job, climbed into her green Honda Accord, and off she went. When she didn't come home that evening and she didn't answer calls to her phone, her mother, Sheena Sandifer, got worried. Calling around, she found out that none of the young woman's friends knew where she was, and her boss, Patrick Scott, said that she had never turned up for work that day. The next morning, Sheena called the Rush County Sheriff's Office reporting her daughter as missing and asking if an Amber Alert could be issued. The Indiana State Police would not issue an Amber Alert at that time because the case did not meet the strict requirements to do so. Rush County Sheriff's Officer Major Joshua Brinson did immediately start an investigation into her disappearance. Local officers were put on alert, and traffic cameras throughout the area were checked for any signs of the young woman or her car. They also canvassed the community, checking in with her friends and co-workers, but to no avail. On Saturday, June the 10th, with no sight or sign of Valerie anywhere, the state police did put out a silver alert statewide for the missing girl.
Rush County Sheriff's Department is asking for your help finding a missing 17-year-old. This is Valerie Tyndall. She is missing from Arlington, Indiana. She was last seen around noon on Wednesday. The Sheriff's Department says she is believed to be in extreme danger.
In the coming days, her Honda Accord would turn up, backed into a parking space at an apartment complex. The license plate had been removed. Perhaps she was hiding out with some friends who lived there. As police had discovered, there had been some disagreements at home between her and her parents, according to some friends and neighbors they had spoken with. There was one potential connection that the police made, and they had to see if they could find any clues that might bring them closer to finding the young woman. They called in her boss, Patrick Scott, who happened to have a contract mowing lawns at that apartment complex as well. Patrick came in to speak with the officers. He'd already given a story that Valerie had not shown up for work that day. Now, on June the 26th, over 2 weeks later, he was ready to admit that he had misled investigators.
All right, Patrick, so you're here today because of Valerie Tyndall, who's been missing or run away since June 7th, which was a Wednesday of this, right?
Right.
Now, you know Valerie because a couple different ways here. One, she's your neighbor, right?
Right.
She lives there kind of like in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. And she also works for you, right? In the summer, help mow grass and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Part-time, okay. And when she does that grass, when she does mow grass for you and works with you, is she usually with you? Do you drive her from job to job?
Yes.
So you guys are always together?
Yes.
Okay. So there's never a time where you have her meet you at a job? You bring
just once.
Just once?
Just once.
How long ago was that? Before June? Before she ran away?
Yeah.
Before she left?
Okay. Yeah. Right after, shortly after school let out.
All right. Okay. So I spoke to you at your house on about, I think it was Saturday, June 10th. I saw you outside. Do you remember me stopping by?
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you that day when you saw Valerie last, right?
Right.
And you remember what you told me?
Tuesday.
Told me Tuesday before Wednesday, the Wednesday before she'd gone, right?
Right.
And that's not true, is it?
No.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Valerie?
Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon. Where did you meet up with her at?
South High Gardens.
South High Gardens in Shelbyville?
Yes.
Okay. What were you driving at that point?
I had my truck and the car both.
You had the truck and the car, both at
South High.
At South High.
Right.
So what did you drive there that day?
The truck.
With your trailer too?
Yes.
Okay. How did the car get there?
I had moved it there like the day before, 2 days before.
Why did you do that?
Because she was going to take off.
So you're gonna give her a car to use?
No. No, I'm just going to give her a ride.
Okay. So she called you on Tuesday?
No, she told me a couple days before she was going to leave.
Okay. So she.
I didn't think she'd go through with it, but she did.
Okay. So she planned this with you.
Well, she planned it. I just.
You went along. You just went along.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was certainly a new wrinkle. Had the young woman been planning to leave, perhaps with a boyfriend?
So you're already there. Were you there mowing when she showed up on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. So you're at South High Gardens mowing grass.
Yes.
And she shows up in her car, her green Honda Accord.
Right.
Okay. Then I take it you stopped mowing.
Well, I was already done.
You're done. Okay. And you met up with her, right?
Right.
And what? She got in the Ford Taurus with you?
Right.
And you guys left South High Gardens?
Right.
And left her car there?
Yes.
Along with your truck and trailer?
Yes.
Okay. From there you came back to Rush County, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And on your way to Rush County, was she on her phone, using her phone?
She texts a lot. She don't talk on it much.
Right. But she was using her phone?
Yeah,
she
texts all the time.
She's doing something?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know where you was taking her before that day?
Well, I thought we was going back to Rushville, but we stopped in Homer's where we went to.
Okay, so she had you stop in Homer?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened in Homer?
She got out of the car and got in with another guy.
Okay. What kind of car did she get in?
They just kind of a pale blue car is all I know.
Pale blue?
Right. model, I can't tell you, I don't know.
So you say pale blue, that mean it was dark? Or bright? Light?
No, not dark. It would be, well, I guess kind of in here, like maybe a little darker than this right here.
Okay, all right. So when you dropped her off at Homer, where was that at again?
Right where the old garage used to be on 44.
The old garage used to be on 44, okay.
You know what I'm talking about, that pole barn, just right at the end of that drive. We come off, pulled right up there.
Okay. So on the east side. That's on the east side, right?
Yes.
So she got out there. Did she take her phone?
Yes.
Okay. And she got in this pale blue car with this guy.
Yes.
What does this guy look like?
I have no idea. I didn't see him.
Okay. Could you tell that, was he by himself?
Yes, from what it looked like.
Okay. And then from there, when you dropped her off, where did you go?
I went back to the house.
Went back to the house. Your house?
My house.
In Arlington?
Yes.
Okay. That was the last time you seen her?
When I dropped her off, yes.
That's the last time you talked to her?
That's the last time I talked to her.
Okay.
Yes.
After the officer let Patrick know that they found Valerie's car, Patrick admits that he moved it to a second location to make sure that it would be safe until she needed it. He said he did not remove the license plate, though.
Want to hand off your taxes? Get more from your tax expert and spend
What
less.
if we could tell you we know you did it?
Now,
You did the shit.
I'm just going to kind of be honest with you here for a minute, Patrick, okay? So, her phone location, which way did you say the blue car went on that day when you dropped her off?
Which way what?
The blue car, the day you dropped her off on Wednesday. Which way did you go?
It turned like it was going out 44 towards Rushville.
Okay. Did you actually see it turn left or right on 44?
No, because that's the way it kind of was angled, and I turned and I just went right on up the pike.
Okay. Did you ever notice it following you, being behind you for any reason?
No.
Okay. So, we know, just from you telling me right now and confirming with other things that we know, I know where her phone was at during that day, during that time, before it was shut off.
Right.
And it was shut off closer to Arlington, not Homer. Okay.
Right.
All right. And she actually sent a message just before she shut it off, and that put her closer to Arlington. Okay.
She sent a message?
Yeah. So it's very important right now that you tell me the truth, that she wasn't with you at that point.
No, she wasn't with me.
Okay. Because here's the deal. I mean, if you're helping her,
no.
if you have been helping her, this is the time to stop and now tell us where she's at.
No, I have not helped her. But if she would have showed up at a job site asking for money, I would have given it to her.
Did you do that?
I would have. I haven't.
Okay.
Because I know she's got to be out of money. She got in the truck one morning a couple weeks ago, and she was pissed. I knew she was when she got in the truck because of the way that she was texting. I mean, she was violently texting. She then said, I asked her, I said, are you mad? And she was pissed because the boy dumped her. She talked him into taking her back, just so she could dump him a week later. Then he showed up at their house, I want to say Monday before she disappeared, and got his stuff.
So she discussed this with you about her wanting to leave?
Yeah, she's been discussing it for a long time.
And did she discuss it prior to Wednesday, within a couple of days before Wednesday, about this idea of what she was wanting to do?
I'll tell you the truth, I thought she was leaving Saturday night, because she said she was leaving Saturday.
Yeah, okay.
Now the authorities were in a quandary. Had Valerie left with someone that none of her family or friends knew about? Had she been keeping a secret relationship, one that she would be willing to give up her college plans for? Could Patrick, who once told officers that she had never shown up for work and that he hadn't seen her on the day of disappearance, be trusted? Just in the intervening 2 weeks, Patrick had mowed at that apartment but chose not to tell police that the car was hidden there. The officer decides that this might be a good time to apply some pressure to Patrick and perhaps any ruse that Valerie might have been perpetrating.
So you have no idea where this girl's at?
No, I have none whatsoever. I swear to God, I don't know where she is.
It is hard to believe you on that.
I know.
For the mere fact.
I know.
You lied to us from the very beginning.
I know. But I do not know where she's at. I really don't.
We probably could have found her a lot. We probably could have found her. Right?
Maybe. I don't know.
Probably could have found her a lot easier, a lot quicker.
The officer then asks Patrick to try calling all of the numbers he had for Valerie in his phone. Perhaps if she sees the call is from him, she'll answer. One of the numbers had been reassigned to another person. Another announced that it had been disconnected, and the final said that she was not taking calls at this time. The sheriff's department by this time had already gotten a search warrant to T-Mobile for Valerie's cell phone location pings. They knew that while it did show that the phone was taken to a nearby town, as Patrick had said, there was something fishy about how it moved afterwards. If she had left with the boy, as Patrick had said, the last pings on the phone would have been headed out and away from her hometown. Instead, the cell phone towers indicated that she had moved back to Arlington, where both she and Patrick lived.
So do you understand? Like, here's a scenario that rolls out in my head. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. I think you and her talked a lot. I don't think she got along with her parents very well, and I think you know that too, right? And I think that I think she wants to leave, okay? I think she wants to leave her mom and dad's, and I think you know that as well. And that's what she's always implied, right? She was leaving. She always says she was leaving, right?
Right.
The scenario that plays out in my head is that you were willing to try to help her somehow, which obviously you did. I mean, semi-helped her a little bit, just from what you told me. Now, I think it's further than that. I think you helped her more than what you're telling me. That's just how...
I didn't. I haven't.
Just how it looks. It's how it looks. It's how it feels. Everything kind of shows that. It just seems weird to me, that you didn't want this young girl to be found right away. If you did, you would have told us right away when we talked to her, or when we talked to you. Or you would have said something on Wednesday. I think you knew on Wednesday that she was missing, right? You knew Wednesday something was wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because I noticed that in your text messages that I'm find it here real quick. I mean, I noticed that on Wednesday, June 7th, she told you she's going to be there soon. You remember that?
No, but...
It said, I'll be there soon. Okay? And at 5:40 p.m., you asked her where she was. You said, hey, where are you? Okay? Well, why did you ask that?
I wanted to find out where she was at.
Had you talked to her parents already before this message?
No.
When did you talk to her parents? Exactly. I know you did at some point.
6:30? 7 o'clock?
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
So on Wednesday, her parents talked to you?
Yeah, her mom.
Her mom did?
Yeah.
And told you that she was at home? What did she tell you?
Wanted to know if she was still working.
And what did you tell her?
Said no, she didn't work today.
Okay. But you didn't want to tell her that you saw her though, right?
No.
Why not?
Because she said she wanted to go.
She said she wanted to go, so you're helping. You're trying to help her. Don't want to dime her out, right?
Right.
Okay. What makes me believe? What can you do to make me believe that you're still not trying to not dime her out right now?
I'm not trying to get her in trouble. I don't want to get her in trouble. I mean, I could have got her in a lot of trouble with her dad, but I didn't want to.
Okay.
I mean, he's pretty mean with her.
Okay. So you see the scenario in my head is that you're this nice guy. You're kind of like a father figure to her, probably. She probably looks up to you a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Maybe she does. And you're trying to help her. Okay. So the best way you can help her right now is if you know exactly where she's at, is to tell me where she's at.
I do not know. I swear to God.
Any idea at all?
Nope. Nope. I thought she went to Illinois. I really did. I thought she took off with that boy to Illinois.
And the last time you saw her, talked to her, was that day, June 7th, when you dropped her off at Homer.
Wednesday, yeah.
Okay. So if we go back and look around and we find that this, what if we go back, what if we have a camera right there we can look at and we don't see that being true? How would you answer to that?
How is it what?
I said, what if we go back and find a camera right there in the area? What if someone had ring cameras or something like that, or had surveillance footage, and we go back and we look at it, and that's not true?
If you're new here, make sure you hit that sub button. If you're true here, hit the like.
true. There's no blue car there that you dropped her off at. Because I'm sure
That's where I dropped her off.
I'm sure there's plenty of surveillance there. I'm sure we could probably look at.
What is it?
There's probably plenty of surveillance in that neighborhood we could probably look at. Okay, and I'm sure that that's probably what's going to happen. Okay, and so if we do see that, if we do find that surveillance and we see it, and this doesn't come back to being what it is that you're telling me, okay, now you prolong this longer.
Right.
Is this going to help you or is it going to hurt you?
It's not going to hurt me.
Well, it would if you're not telling me the truth.
Right.
So that's what I'm asking you. Before we do all that, you're telling me the truth. You dropped her off.
Yes.
In Homer.
Yes.
On June 7th.
Yes. Haven't seen or heard from her since. And I swear to God, I thought by now she would have showed up somewhere asking for money.
Patrick had given them a lot of information to work with and some leads to follow up on. They let him go and get back to his life and continue the search. Over the next month, those leads would turn up little to no information. Could Patrick have been lying to them again? The lie he told before couldn't be washed away, and now the somewhat shaky story he had given was looking even more flimsy. They could make the case for providing false information to police during an investigation. A decision was made to apply that bit of pressure and not just squeeze Patrick a little bit more, but use it to obtain search warrants for the man and his properties.
I have some search warrants to execute today for you, okay?
Okay.
So, run through them real quick. What search warrants we got? I've got 3 search warrants to execute, okay?
Okay.
So one search warrant is going to be for 2 swabs of the inside of your mouth, okay? And
Okay.
I'll read it to you. But I'll just explain them to you and then I'll read them all to you individually, okay? So the first one that we'll do is for the swabs of your mouth. The second search warrant is for the address.
Okay.
For the property, okay? And the third search warrant is for okay? That's what the 3 search warrants are for. I will read them to you and then I'll sign them when we execute them, okay?
The search of the 2 properties located just a few houses apart from each other would turn up nothing. Patrick was out on bond and he had become a dead end. In addition, while an old boyfriend of Valerie's told police that he talked to her days before her disappearance, he had not seen or heard anything since. He did corroborate Patrick's story that she had been talking about running away. There had been a moment where investigators and family members thought a glimmer of hope could be found when Valerie's Instagram account went live for just a few minutes. Investigators, however, quickly learned that it had been her younger sister logging into the account in hopes of providing some kind of an update or finding some kind of connection. It was just another dead end along a path that was running out of opportunities. Tips and potential sightings would dribble in over the next coming months, some from as far away as Chicago, but each would be ruled out in turn. For all intents and purposes, Valerie had vanished, whether by her own design or from something more sinister. There was one last possibility, and that was a piece of land that featured a deep pond on it, a piece of land that wasn't that far from Patrick's properties. On October the 11th of 2023, when teams of cadaver and rescue dogs were used to search the area in hopes of finding any signs of the young woman, it was late in the day when the cadaver dogs caught the scent of a dead body. It was indistinct and seemed to be coming from the pond. Divers were sent in and sonar scans were performed, but no body was found. The next day, however, detectives looked over aerial scans of the area searched. They noticed a patch of disturbed ground right behind a shed on Patrick's second property. The cadaver dog handlers had suggested that the water within the pond could have carried the scent of a dead body from someplace nearby. Could they have found the final resting place of Valerie Tyndall? It would take a month to get all the proper warrants, search teams, and assistance from the FBI together. On November 28th, they would descend upon the property while another officer would head to arrest Patrick, at first under charges of concealing evidence.
Guess we should have talked about that other property. This is running. Ready? Yep.
Sheriff's Department!
Just chill. We're not gonna knock it. Just chill. We're not gonna kick it in. They'll come to it.
Hey, Patrick.
Hi, guys. What's going on, Patrick? You all right?
Yeah.
Got some search warrants for your property here. We need to come in and talk to you, all right? Okay, let's go on in.
Back at the Sheriff's Department, it's time for Patrick to offer up his fourth story to police. Detective Meek, having been down this road before with Patrick, decides to encourage the man to just come clean.
I think deep down you love Valerie, and I know you love your family, okay? So I decided that when I come in that door just now, that I'm gonna give you an opportunity to explain the why, okay? Because we have her in the box, okay? Wrapped up multiple times, taped up in the box of the OSB and the 2x4s that you bought, next to the box that we talked to you earlier about that had the videos in it.
Had
okay?
what?
Had the videos in it. We got her in the box next. So you know we have found her. And I didn't want to bluff you on that. I wanted you to know that. And as you're sitting there tearing up, wanting to cry, all right? So, I'm going to read you your rights. This is the opportunity for you to explain the why. At your residence, we have you, Linda, and Elizabeth are the 3 adults that live on that property. Okay? Own the properties. Let me rephrase that. Because it's at that storage shed. It's not the house. So you, Elizabeth, and Linda live there. You are the 3 that have access to that property, okay? You are the 3 that have the potential to bury Valerie Tindall. Patrick, today's the day. The family deserves this closure, and you deserve this closure. Do you hear me? You deserve this closure because this has ate at you. We can tell that every time we talked, all right? So I'm going to advise you of your rights. And I'm going to ask you one question, okay? Explain to me what happened to Valerie, and explain the why. Because we deserve it, and everybody else deserves it as well.
Okay, and I've got a question for you before we go any further. Why did they pick up Linda?
We're going to talk to her too. She lives on the property. We're going to talk to Linda as well. Because here's the deal, Patrick. How do we know what happened to her? You both live on the property. So we have to talk to everybody on the property. Does that make sense? But I'm giving you an opportunity to explain to me.
They don't know nothing.
Okay. Well, this is your opportunity to explain it to me. And this is, does that make sense in an investigation? 3 people on the property, right?
Well, they don't ever go down there.
Okay. But that's 3 people on the property. It's registered to your daughter.
Yeah, I know. I bought it and give it to her.
Okay. So that's why I want to give you the why today, Patrick. Here's the deal. We've got it, okay? Now I want you to think that right now is the moment of the compassion. And you're gonna have to find it, but it's there. And you should care about it, okay?
The detective reads Patrick his rights and gives him an opportunity to explain what happened.
Are you wanting to talk to me?
Well, I do. I mean...
What happened to Valerie?
Valerie got carried away.
Doing what?
Huh?
Doing what?
Doing what?
Mm-hmm. Just lay it out to me. Lay it out to me. What happened to her?
She tried to blackmail me into buying her a car.
Okay, and what happened?
She thought she was going to seduce me and it wasn't going to happen. Things just got carried away.
Well, explain that to me. What's that mean? Does Linda know about it?
Nope.
Okay.
Nobody knows.
It's your chance to tell me what happened.
She tried to seduce me and I wasn't going to have it.
But what happened to Valerie? That's where you're stopping.
What, I mean,
what'd you do to her?
What'd I do to her?
What'd you do to her? Tell us what you did to her.
Strangled her.
With what?
A belt.
Okay. And then what'd you do with it?
I moved her into the office.
Okay. How long was she in there?
Till the next day.
Okay. What did, where's the belt at?
It's gone.
Okay. You left her in the office till the next day. Then what happened?
Then when I got home the next day, I just made that box.
Okay. What about the hole?
The hole was already dug, but it wasn't for that. It was because I was going to throw concrete in it.
What about the other box?
Just put shit in it.
Well, did you build 2 that day?
No, just built 1.
So you strangled her. What room were you in when you strangled her?
Right there by my bedroom.
Like in that little entryway? Had you and Valerie been in a sexual relationship?
Never.
Okay. So you said she tried to seduce you for the car. Well, explain to me what happened.
She was wanting to come on to me.
Did she say she was going to get you in trouble, or?
Yeah, she was going to tell everybody that I was making moves on her.
Okay.
I wasn't going to have it.
Okay.
It just, things got out of hand.
Where'd the belt come from?
It was mine. I had it on.
You had it on? Okay. So explain to me what happened there in that room. Like, how'd you get the belt on her?
I was fighting her off, and I took it and threw it around her.
Why were you guys fighting?
Because she was trying to take her clothes off.
Okay.
And it wasn't going to do it.
Okay. And then you guys got in a fight?
Yeah, kind of a pushing and shoving thing right there.
Okay. And then you took your belt off, and then what happened?
I put it around her neck and I held on to it till she quit.
How long did you hold that? Give me a ballpark how long you held the belt.
On her?
Yeah.
Just quit moving.
Okay. Did you know she was dead then?
I pretty much figured so.
Okay.
Patrick would say that he had offered to help her out by buying her a cheap car, something under $3,000 or less, and that she could pay him back over time. But she wasn't having any of that, and she demanded a new car. Incredulous of his story, the detective changes his questions to ask Patrick if he had removed the license plate from Valerie's car. The man admitted that he did, and then he took it and the keys and threw them into a river as he drove over a bridge. Detective Meek would then get back to having the man discuss the murder and what he did afterwards.
So you wrapped her in like black, it looks like a trash bag to me, or it's black plastic.
Yeah, whatever I had around her.
What is that? Is that like landscaping stuff, or?
Probably what I used it for.
Okay. And then you taped her. You wrapped her and taped her multiple times.
Okay.
Do you remember doing that?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Why?
Yeah, what was the reasoning? Like, what was going through your head when you did it? I know why. I'm just asking you.
Just get rid of her.
Okay. Was it the smell?
Not yet.
I mean, was it to prevent the smell? Is that what it was?
I don't know. I just wrapped her up in plastic.
Okay. And then you put her in that box that you built.
Yeah.
Right. And then how did you get her from, did you carry her over to that box? Or did you build the box, bring it over, put her in it, and then pull the box over? How'd you get the box? How'd you get her from the office to the box?
I drug her.
Okay. Like through your neighbor's yard?
Oh no. The box, I took it in the house.
Okay. So you took it in the house and you put her in the box in the house.
Yeah.
And then you screwed it shut?
Huh?
You screwed it shut in the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Then how did you get the box from there to your other property?
Two-wheeler.
Okay, dolly.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then did you stick it up and dolly it across? Okay. And then you did that after the box? Like you did that like right after?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said the hole was already there. It was a pretty deep hole.
Yeah.
You didn't have to dig any of it?
I already dug a bunch of it.
Okay.
See, I dug all that because I had been looking for the well on the back of the house.
Okay.
Reports from officers on the scene and the FBI said that when they began excavating with hand shovels, it took some time to get down to a rectangular box made from 2x4s and composite boards often used in sheeting for construction. The box was opened. It contained papers and a large number of VHS tapes, but no body. After removing the box, members of the evidence recovery team continued to dig down, hitting a layer of trash and then a layer of unopened Quikrete concrete bags. Once those items were removed, yet another large rectangular wooden box was found. Once it was exposed to air, a stench of decay rose from the box. The box was removed and a canopy erected over it. Within would be found the black plastic-wrapped body of a female.
What was Valerie saying when this was happening? What she was saying to you?
That's what I can remember.
Okay. Was she struggling when you were when you were strangling her?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you saying to her?
I didn't say nothing. I just knew she wasn't gonna blackmail me.
Yeah. So because of the blackmail, was that your intention to kill her? To avoid the blackmail?
She was gonna tell everybody that I had my way with her, and that never happened.
Okay. So then, was that your plan? Like, if you were gonna be blackmailed, right?
Right.
So was that the reason, was that the plan to kill her?
No, that just kind of happened.
Okay. Patrick, is there anything I haven't asked you think is important?
No.
I need you to paint the picture for me, so I'm not there, so I need you to paint the picture for me. But I think this had to feel good getting this off your chest, right?
I guess.
You seem like a good guy. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's gotta bother you, right? That you killed Valerie?
Well, I wasn't too crazy about it.
Okay.
Patrick Scott, 59 years old, operator of a lawn care business, father and friend of the parents of Valerie Tyndall, would be charged with her murder. He would maintain that he had acted alone and agreed to a plea deal to avoid trial. He would be sentenced to 57 years in the Indiana State Penitentiary. Valerie's parents would speak with the press just after the announcement that she had been found and that Patrick had been charged.
She used to like to go visit boys she didn't know on the internet. And I tried to get her to stop doing that because it's dangerous. And it didn't work. Come to find out it was the boss, not the boys.
Looking to... It should get wicked in them streets.
In the kitchen, he picked me up by my throat and he held me up against the wall. There was another time that he pinned me down in the bathroom and smashed my head into the floor. There was one time I hit him back and he lost it on me. That night he punched me like a whole bunch of times, like in my legs and like my stomach. He pinned me in the bedroom up against the dresser in the bed, and like he choked me and he kept smacking me, and I had bruises everywhere. Like I could barely move the next day. I was so bruised up.
This is Amanda Nover. She is recounting how her husband of 14 months abused her, but she's holding back the whole truth.
I think your story is very accurate, but I think you're leaving out something, a few little parts in there.
Amanda's confession revealed a shocking and callous crime.
Honestly, it looked like he was dragging something. I think he was dragging one of them.
What he's dragging a body out there.
Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of the victims in this case, James and Michelle Butler. James Butler was a U.S. Navy veteran who served his country for 21 years. He worked as an air traffic controller on the USS Enterprise, a carrier based in Virginia at Naval Station Norfolk, the largest naval complex in the world.
Hey, shout out Virginia, man. Shout out James too, man. Rest in peace.
James had been decorated with 10 medals and awards of achievement. He had a big life for a baby that started out small. He weighed just 2 pounds when he was born in 1970. In 2010, James retired from the Navy and moved back to his hometown of Rumney, New Hampshire, to spend time with his mother, who was battling cancer. He would take her out to play darts. On one of their outings, Cupid's arrow struck James. He met Michelle, and it was love at first sight. They dated for 5 years and married in 2015. 3 years later, James and Michelle decided to make their shared dream come true. They moved into a trailer and hit the road with their 3 cats, Gizmo, Moana, and Chloe. Even though they were on the move, the Butlers kept in touch faithfully with their loved ones. They had 5 adult children from previous relationships. Michelle had 3 sons, and James had a son and a daughter. In mid-October of 2019, James and Michelle arrived on Padre Island, Texas. Michelle posted this update to her Facebook page on October the 15th to announce their arrival. They were planning to head to New Orleans next and then on to Fort Lauderdale, where they would be managing a Christmas tree farm. Padre Island is the longest barrier island on Earth. It attracts vacationers to miles of white sandy beaches on a relatively undeveloped coastline known for its natural beauty and rich ecosystems. The Butlers set up camp at a desolate spot on the beach known as The Bowl, about 3 miles south of Bob Hall Pier. The site is called The Bowl because over time waves have carved a depression into the sand dunes. James took this photo of Michelle enjoying their view of the ocean. It was one of the last happy moments they would enjoy before terror struck. James and Michelle couldn't have known that Padre Island would be their final stop. They were about to cross paths with another married couple on a radically different journey. On the afternoon of October the 16th, Michelle Butler sent a text to a friend. That was the last time anyone heard from the Butlers. Their kids started getting worried when FaceTime calls went unanswered. A week later, on October the 23rd, they filed a missing persons report with the Clayburgh County Sheriff's Office. Police pinged the Butlers' phones and learned that they never left the Bowl. They started searching the beach for signs of a burial site. On October the 27th, police found a bra in the sand. When they looked closer, they saw a rib bone poking up. They began to dig and unearthed the body of Michelle in a shallow grave in the sand near their last known campsite. The following day, they found James nearby. Investigators caught a break when they learned that a security camera at a toll booth at the Mexican border had captured an image on October the 21st of an unidentified man and woman in the Butlers' 2018 silver Chevrolet 4-door pickup truck towing their Cedar Creek trailer. They were in Eagle Pass, Texas, and had crossed the border into Piedras Negras, Mexico. The fugitives had a week-long head start on law enforcement. They fled deep into Mexico, driving more than 700 miles to the state of Jalisco. They planned to keep heading south and eventually disappear into South America. Knowing they needed to act fast, Clayburgh County Sheriff's Office leaked the security camera photo of the couple on the run to the Associated Press newswire, hoping it would be picked up by Mexican media outlets. And it was. When the man in the surveillance photo attempted to sell the Butlers' trailer to the owner of an RV park, he recognized him and contacted law enforcement. Sheriff Kirkpatrick reached out to several colleagues from the U.S. Marshals Service, who he had known for years, and made an urgent request. He said, "Hey, I need a favor. I know where this individual is and I need him captured, and I don't care what you gotta do to do it. I don't care how you do it. I just want him back in our custody." The U.S. Marshals did not hesitate to act. They had a team standing by in Guadalajara, the capital city of Jalisco, and they told the sheriff they would get him back in a couple of hours. It wasn't long before Sheriff Kirkpatrick's phone had a message alert. He opened it, and the only thing he saw was a photo of Adam Williams, handcuffed, lying on the floor of the trailer. The sheriff was elated. He called it an unbelievable feeling. The marshals had raided the RV park and had caught the couple by surprise. They took them into custody without incident. The peaceful capture of Adam Curtis Williams and Amanda Louise Nover was even more critical because they weren't traveling alone. Amanda's 3-year-old daughter from a previous marriage was with them. Adam was separated from Amanda and her child, and they were all flown back to Houston. After landing in the U.S., Adam was transported to Clayburgh County in the back of a police car. It was a 4.5-hour ride. Adam was under heavy guard and considered extremely dangerous. Although he had no qualms about inflicting extreme pain on others, he felt entitled to complain that his handcuffs were uncomfortable.
There's supposed to be a finger in between it. There's no finger anywhere in there.
Skin's so messed up from sleeping in handcuffs for 2 days. It's super tight. Can you stick your finger in between there, bro? At the bottom. Yeah,
I just want to tell you, we don't give a fuck about your handcuffs, buddy.
Some people they like to be on the street to get
What happened? You won't loosen this up. I've been sleeping in handcuffs.
It was close to 4 a.m. on November the 7th when Adam was finally processed into the Clayburgh County Jail. Despite the early hour, the media were there to question him.
Why did you have their truck and their trailer? Where were you going?
I was trying to go home.
Did you know them at all? Why did you go to Mexico? Where were you headed?
Want to put your arms up on them? No, not at all. Thought there was more room.
This is as up as they go.
I don't think I have. Appreciate it.
Tell them to put it in the window.
33-year-old Adam Williams is a seasoned career criminal with a long rap sheet. So when the Rangers tried to interrogate him, he knew enough to lawyer up and keep his mouth shut. But he did take notice when Texas Ranger Edward Groves mentioned capital murder.
Can I sit right here? We're here. Obviously, you were arrested yesterday on the warrant, and that warrant's issued out of here. It's part of an ongoing capital murder investigation, or at least a homicide investigation where we have 2 bodies. So what I want to do today is I want to talk to you. I want to tell you to tell me, because we know a bunch of facts about the case, but I've never met you before. I've never seen you. I want to know how you got to be in our investigation here today. So can you fill me in? I don't know your story. So can you tell me how we got here today?
I got a question.
Absolutely.
Capital, that means death penalty, right?
Well, so capital punishment is the death penalty. The case, we call it capital murder because in our Texas Code of Criminal Procedure and in our penal code, the way you make it to capital is a whole list of stuff. Because 2 people were killed in the same criminal incident, we believe they're killed in the same criminal event, then that would make it capital. Also because we think a robbery occurred at the time of the murder, that would make it capital. You're not being charged with that. You're charged with theft right now. But that's what the investigation is at this point. Obviously we have a homicide that occurred and we're solving that, and that's what I actually want to talk about. But right now you're being charged with theft, and I need to know how you relate in the overall scheme of what happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything without a lawyer. I need to talk to a lawyer.
Okay. Do you have a lawyer that you already hired?
No.
Okay, so we'll have one appointed to you. The court system will appoint you one when we magistrate you this morning. Okay. I just want you to consider one thing.
Having a court-appointed lawyer for a case like this is crazy.
We're not going to ask any questions, just so you'll know. I know you've got a couple of warrants and there's a couple of other things going on in your criminal history, and you've been to prison, so you're probably going back to prison. And I just want you to make some good decisions in your life when you talk to your attorney, because the next time we talk is going to be post-indictment, and your attorney's going to be here and he's going to be representing us. And in that time, I want you to think about it. You're going to have to walk the yard in a prison somewhere. So I just want you to think about the way you handle yourself on this one. Is it going to be a guy who said, I don't know anything about it, and we had to prove a case against? There's a guy who said, you know what, this, and give yourself that credibility when you get there. I've considered all the options that's probably going to happen, and I just, for your sake, I want that to be one of your things you consider, because you understand what's going to have to be when you have to walk the yard again. So
the other thing you need to consider is how you approach this is probably going to affect Amanda's time in prison as well. So you need to think about that.
All right. I appreciate you coming over here. We're going to get you head back over there. Is there anything you need other than magistration attorney? We're going to get you all that. Is there anything that you're not getting there? Are you on any kind of medication? I guess you got here late, but you got to sleep and eat breakfast, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, I haven't been given any medications yet.
Do you need medication?
Yeah.
What do you take medication for?
I take Zyprexa as an antipsychotic at night.
Okay, antipsychotic.
It's important.
It's Zyprexa?
Zyprexa.
Okay. Zyprexa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I take gabapentin for seizures.
Gabapentin for seizures, okay.
Yeah. And I take Wellbutrin.
Wellbutrin, and what is that for?
For severe depression.
For depression, okay.
PTSD.
For PTSD. Were you in the military? Where'd your PTSD from?
No, the first time it was my father committed suicide in front of me.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
When I was 14.
Oh wow.
And then in 2014 in USP Victorville, California, my cellie tried to kill me in my sleep.
Oh wow.
Cut my face.
I saw it.
Slit my throat.
Damn. Wow.
Stabbed me in the stomach and stuff.
You've had a rough life, brother. The reason I ask is I want to make sure you get what you need. So I'll make sure that the jailers have this. We'll look into getting that to them so they. I think they may have to have a doctor evaluate. I'm not real sure on that process. I just want to make sure that we're not trying to pull any fast ones. We're not trying to fool you. We've got a job to do.
I'm not trying to fuck with you either.
No.
But I gotta have a lawyer.
Absolutely. No, that's your right.
Too, you know.
Absolutely. And the next time we talk, your lawyer will have discussed it with you, and we'll have an interview. Do you have any questions of me before we end this?
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. Appreciate your time. Let me see these guys are ready. I don't know if we said it for the camera, but this is Investigator David Fadias of the Sheriff's Department, just in case. Ready? All right. Are you okay? Are you affiliated with any gang members, any crime group that we need to separate you from anybody else back there?
No, I'm a dropout.
A dropout from who?
I was starting to be with the California brand in Victorville.
So the Aryan Brotherhood in California.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
are you gonna have problems? I'm not concerned about your history. Are you gonna have problems back here? I don't want you to get into a cell that's gonna cause problems. We have more violence in our jail.
I don't know.
We'll try and keep
Are you in
touch with me.
population right now?
No. That's what I'm saying. We'll try and keep you separated so we don't have any issues with
Are you in
that.
Gen Pop right now? No.
So if you go to a prison, you could walk the yard, or would they put you in SEG if you went to prison right now?
In the feds?
Yeah,
SEG.
Okay. So all right. Well, I appreciate your time. So in the federal system, he was classified as a resident of California.
Unlike Adam, Amanda Nover was willing to cooperate and speak with the investigators without a lawyer present. Texas Ranger Edward Groves spent 2.5 hours interviewing her. She shed light on the sequence of events that led up to the double murder of the Butlers. Ranger Groves began the interview by asking 32-year-old Amanda how she first met Adam Williams. Their relationship had begun earlier that same year in February, when they were both living in Logan, Utah.
So Amanda, you were here on a theft warrant.
Yes.
And you know that you were actually arrested in a little town in Mexico a few days ago, and got here and we picked you up in the airplane. We're here now. But the theft warrant is based on a large investigation we're doing that involves the homicide, the murder of 2 people that we're currently working. And so you're not being charged with that, not being accused of that, but your information on the crime you're accused of is relating to it. So what I want to do is I want you to first tell me, I want you to start, you are married to, what's your husband's name?
Adam Williams.
Adam Williams. It's Adam Curtis Williams, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Adam's also in custody, and you know that. You are arrested together. Okay, what I want you to start with, we need some history on you and Adam and your relationship. So can you start with when you first met him, and then we'll work our way forward. And I may have to stop in and out to get clarification. Is that okay with you? Okay, so tell me about that.
So I first met Adam actually through Facebook.
Okay.
At Facebook and POF.
Okay.
I don't know if you...
Plenty of Fish.
Yes. And he sent me messages, and I seen his pictures, and he was covered in tattoos, and I was like, that guy's nothing but trouble, and so I ignored him for a long while, and then a friend of mine actually knew who he was and said, I think he's a good dude, and so I talked to him, and the first message that I sent to Adam, he was persistent, and he's like, well, I want to meet you. And so the very first day of us even talking, he ended up coming to my house in Smithfield. He was so adamant about it. That's his presence. He just says something, and you just, for some reason, you just give in. And I didn't even know him, and I had a couple of friends at the house though, and so I felt comfortable. And he came over, and I met him, and he's very suave, I guess. He's very charismatic. And so all of his tattoos and everything, you kind of like see through all of that, and you see like this other person and everything. And so he actually came over with his cousin, and we all ended up hanging out like the entire night, and I made him dinner and everything, and we hung out, and he went home, and the next like few days we talked off and on, and we started to kind of like form a relationship. Like,
so, and I don't mean to interrupt, and I
Yes.
know we looked we looked into this. So the time you're still married to your ex-husband,
Yes.
but y'all separated this
Yes.
time. So about what time was that? What roughly?
around the end of February.
End of February of this year, of 2019.
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. So
Right.
you start forming a relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
And it honestly, like, it just kind of, things moved quickly, it seemed. When we met, he had like this rule that he could see and date anybody he wanted, but I wasn't allowed to. Like, that, I guess, came from spending as much time in prison as he did, but I didn't.
How long was he in prison?
10 years
10
is
years.
what I've been told, and I believe round about 10 years for selling marijuana.
For selling marijuana. Okay.
Mhm. And so it was kind of not the greatest in the beginning, because like he actually had another girlfriend when we met, and she knew about me and I knew about her and everything like that. And it wasn't until like a few months after him and I had been seeing each other that he decided that he wanted to be with just me, and he made that decision. Like, that was his choice to not like see any other women or sleep with any other women or anything like that, and came fully devoted to me. And then I guess because he did that, like, I don't know, maybe in a sense I felt like I owed him something, and he'd been asking me to move in with him, and I didn't want to, because I had my house, I had my space, I had my daughter and my safe place, like. And that was extremely important to me, because all through our like dating time, Adam, even though like I don't know if he was allowed to drink or not, but he would get drunk and he would black out, and when he'd black out he'd get violent. And he would turn into somebody completely different. It just completely different. But when he sobered up, he'd be back to himself and he wouldn't remember what happened. And so me selling my home, that was like a really hard thing. But I'd been a stay-at-home mom for so long, and I had just split up with my husband, and I was basically living at Adams. And still, because I had a trailer home, I was still paying my pad rent, and I didn't quite know how I was going to keep paying pad rent, you know, being a stay-at-home mom with no job, everything like that. And so I sold my trailer and I moved in with him. And that was, like, honestly, like, one of the first things that I regretted mostly, because that was my safe place.
Amanda called Adam extremely rough around the edges, but insisted that he had a sweet side. She viewed him as a man with a troubled past trying to do better, someone who wanted to be a better dad to her daughter. So she made him a deal. His home only had one bedroom. If they could find a way for her daughter to have a bedroom at his place, she would move in with him. When he put up walls in the basement to create a room, she kept her part of the bargain. More than anything, Amanda wanted to stay home with her daughter. Adam said he was willing to take care of Amanda and her daughter financially. When they met, Adam was working at a chicken wings restaurant. The next day, he took a job at a bakery. Then he landed an even better job.
He did, like, expensive concrete floor work, and so he got a really good job. And it kind of, like, made me feel better, because I had that, like, support, because I'd been a stay-at-home mom since my daughter was born, and I was used to that. And so that was comfortable. I still did the mom and the wife thing. And I think that that's what he was looking for, was somebody to take care of him, you know, to cook him dinner every night, and I would get up and make him breakfast and make him lunches and do all those little things that I think that he never had.
Okay.
And so I think that meant so much to him, but that was important to me to do those things because he went to work. And he did provide for and I. Like, you know, if we needed something, he would make sure of that. And so that I didn't have a plan when me and my first husband separated. Like, I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what I was going to do. Like, I knew I needed to get a job and I needed to be able to support. And then I met Adam, and it just kind of, it worked out. Like, I didn't have to change my life so much, if that makes sense. Like, I got to still be that stay-at-home mom and take care of and do what I'm good at, and that's being a homemaker. Like, I'm great at it. Like, and I love doing it. And so that helped so much. Like, and I think that's another reason why I was so, like, drawn to the relationship, was because it didn't change things for me. Like,
you have to put her in daycare, you'd have to go do all that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't have to, and I didn't have to do, like, the 9-to-5 job, which, you know, I've loved being a stay-at-home mom. I've loved my daughter more than anything. And so, and I got that with Adam. I got to still be stay-at-home mom. And so it definitely, like, another, like, probably one of the biggest reasons why I just kind of really grasped the relationship, if that makes sense.
Sure.
You know?
Okay.
But their relationship was turbulent. Adam behaved violently towards Amanda many times, and Amanda's dog, Bella, just couldn't stand by watching. She would attack Adam when he beat her. Amanda detailed some of these violent incidents to Ranger Groves. Some of what she told him was too graphic for us to share here.
Actually, I remember the actual first time that he smacked me. And that was before I sold my trailer, actually. And we were at my trailer at my house, and we had been drinking and was in bed, and I was messaging somebody on my phone, and he took my phone from me, and he got upset about one of the messages, and like, he smacked me, and like, he threatened me and told me that he should freaking, like, make it so my face was unrecognizable, and it terrified me. And I honestly, like, I waited because he held me in the bedroom, and I waited until he kind of let his guard down, and I grabbed my daughter, and because I lived in a trailer park, and I ran to my neighbor's house. And he still had my phone at that time. And like, I was terrified, but I didn't want the cops to come and arrest him because, like, I knew his history and I didn't want him to get in trouble. He got upset over something that was on my phone once again, and he smashed my phone, and I went to go leave, and I had made it out the front door, and he grabbed and he shut the door and he locked it. And I was standing outside and I was screaming. I could hear her in there screaming. And, like, because he knew I wouldn't leave my daughter. He knew that, like, nobody's going to leave their child. No way. But, and I didn't have a phone. I didn't have my keys. I didn't have anything. And once again, I didn't want him to get in trouble. Like, I knew that in the morning when he's sobered up, he'd be back to himself, and that he probably wouldn't remember these things. And so, you know, of course I waited at the door and I banged on it, and he finally, well, it was only like a minute, and he let me back in, and he tried to like calm the situation down, and I stayed. I didn't leave because actually he wouldn't let me leave. There was another time that there were a lot of times now that I'm actually thinking about it that I was gonna leave, and this was before I had sold my trailer, but I was basically living with him, and I'm not even sure what set him off. This time he'd been drinking, but something I'd said or done or something on my phone, he's an extremely jealous person, extremely, set him off, and he, in the kitchen, he picked me up by my throat and he held me up against the wall, and I was kicking against him so hard because he was choking me, and when I kicked, my leg smashed into the stove and I had a bruise half of my thigh because of it. And he let me down finally, and I sit here and I think back now that I'm talking about all of this, and it's wow. I don't know why I allowed all of this. I don't know why it seems that I only ever got up the nerve to leave when he would go crazy, if that makes sense. There was another time that he pinned me down in the bathroom and smashed my head into the floor, which I've heard rumors that he actually did that to his girlfriend Rachel, which at the time they were still dating too. There was one time I hit him back and he lost it on me, and instead of smacking me is what he called it, because he never punched me according to him, but he lost it, and actually that night he punched me a whole bunch of times, in my legs and my stomach, not in my chest or my face or anything like that. And that was once. Another time, I don't know what I did to set him off, but he pinned me in the bedroom up against the dresser in the bed, and he choked me and he kept smacking me, and I had bruises everywhere. I could barely move the next day. I was so bruised up, and I remember telling myself hey, I'm done, that's the last time, but that wasn't the last time.
While the Butlers were a happy and carefree couple on their cross-country adventure, Adam and Amanda were in an extremely different situation. They were troubled, broke, and running out of options. The newlyweds went on the run just 2 days after their marriage 6 weeks earlier.
He picked up the assault charges. Did you know when they became warrants, or did he know that when he was wanted?
In regards to the most recent assaults, when the officers came and tased him and he fought back, yes, because the day we got married, we didn't do a wedding or anything. We had a few friends over to the house, and we just signed our marriage certificate and then took it. So what happened is we signed our marriage certificate, had a person that, what are they called, that can legalize the marriage or whatever. He was there, and when Adam went to go turn the marriage certificate in and take the gentleman back that was the wedding officiant or whatever, the police showed up and said they had a warrant for his arrest. And so, And literally as he's coming back, he sees that there's cops outside the house, and he turns around and drives off. And so we got married on August 29th, and that's when the officers came in regards to like that assault. They had tacked on a new assault, and that's what they were there to pick him up on, and that was a first-degree assault. And it, not 100% sure like what the backing was for it, you know, but they obviously had plenty of backing on that, because he got an assault on a police officer, an assault by a prisoner. He got possession of alcohol by an interdicted person, because on his last set of charges, his DUI, he was told that he couldn't drink. He got an intoxication charge. And then I think that there was just a plain assault, and I think the just plain assault was supposed to be an assault on me.
Okay.
But I don't know fully like what the whole backing of that set of charges were.
When Adam realized the heat was closing in on him in Utah, he decided to take his new family on the lam rather than returning to prison. He traded Amanda's van for a 1999 Chevrolet pickup truck and a 1974 Prowler trailer. They drove to Spokane, Washington to stay with Adam's uncle. Adam intended to be there for a while, so he started building an apartment in his uncle's garage. But when the two men got into a heated argument, the uncle told him to leave because he was scared of Adam's temper. By now, money was running out. Adam and Amanda had decided to head for Texas in hopes that Adam could pick up work under the table working at an oil rig.
So y'all leave the one spot, you're in Spokane, you decide to come to Texas. Where do you come in Texas?
I was Googling where free camping was, because we had the camp trailer and that's what we'd been living in. And Padre Island was a place where you could stay for 2 weeks. And I read that there was like an RV like hookup where you could fill up water and where you could dump, and it was right on the beach. And I'm originally from California, and it'd been so long since I'd seen the ocean, like I had missed it, and I just wanted to see the ocean again. And so that's...
Did y'all come all the way from Spokane, Washington to the island?
Yes.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
After 2 weeks had passed on Padre Island, Adam and Amanda were told by an officer patrolling the beach that they had overstayed their welcome. Their free 2-week camping term had ended, and it was time for them to move on. But the engine on their 20-year-old pickup truck was dying, and the tension was mounting between the newlyweds. It got so bad that Amanda went on a walk with her daughter one afternoon. She made an attempt to escape her predicament.
During that trek from where we were all the way up, somebody stopped and asked if everything was okay, and I asked them if they would take me to the nearest women's shelter. And they Googled it, and they said it was like 30 minutes away, and that they couldn't because they didn't have enough time to take and I there, and then for them to get back. Like, I think they were on their break or something. And I was mad. I was really mad because it took a lot of guts in my eyes for me to actually ask somebody to take me. Because I feel if that person would have, I would have finally gotten away. Like, does that make sense? Like, but they didn't. But he gave me $20, and I took the pier and I got her something to eat. And I sat there, and a storm was coming in, and I didn't have a coat or anything like that, and I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't want to ask somebody else. Like, I just kind of accepted defeat on that.
Okay.
Just as Adam and Amanda were trying to figure out their next move, James and Michelle arrived on Padre Island and set up camp. They had unwittingly driven directly into the eye of another kind of storm that had nothing to do with the weather. Rather, it was Adam Williams' dangerous and desperate drive to survive, no matter what the cost to someone else. Adam decided he needed a weapon. He wasn't allowed to own a gun because he was a felon, but that didn't stop him from finding a way to get one. At first, Amanda told the police that she didn't know anything about the 9mm pistol he used to shoot the Butlers in their heads. But then she came clean. After the couple arrived in Texas, they had attended a gun show in Corpus Christi. Every seller turned them down because Amanda had an out-of-state ID, until they got to the last person at the venue. He agreed to sell them a gun and ammunition.
Okay, now when he said he was going to buy a gun, what did he tell you? What was the gun for?
Because if he got stopped by the cops, he didn't want to be arrested. He said that he'd never go back to prison. And so his plan was to shoot it out. And I was terrified because all I could think of was, what about Ryan and I?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you going to do? An officer comes up and you're going to pull a gun and then fire, and then they're going to return fire, and Ryan and I are going to be like...
Now that Ranger Groves had gathered background information from Amanda on how she had met Adam Williams and had covered the sequence of events that led them to Texas, he pressed her to recount the details of the crime.
We get to the laundromat and Adam says that he found a new truck and trailer because our truck was literally dying. Like the motor was blowing up on it. It was. And so I was like, okay, what do you mean? And he was very vague, and he's just like, well, I know where a new truck and trailer is, and like, you don't need to worry about it. And I didn't quite understand, you know what I mean? Like, later, so we're there, and like, I didn't press the matter or say anything else about him saying about a new truck and trailer. And then he says, well, I'm gonna unhook our trailer and we're gonna go for it and you're gonna drop me off. And I asked, I says, why? And he's like, well, I need to go pick up the new truck and trailer. And I'm thinking, what in the hell? No. I didn't think that Adam had done anything bad.
That night, they went back to the beach. Adam told Amanda to wait nearby their vehicle while he went to get the truck and trailer that he had chosen to be their home for the next leg of their journey.
I didn't know what was going on. And I was scared, like, because why... You know, obviously, there's not just going to be a truck and trailer sitting there that he purchased, if that makes sense.
Did you think he was going to steal one as well?
I did. 100%.
Okay.
That I'm guilty of.
Mm-hmm.
but I wouldn't be able to stop him from anything.
Hang on just a minute.
Like,
hang on just a minute, because when you said you stopped, you said you stopped and you stayed there for a minute.
so I dropped him off.
Hang on just a minute,
Yes.
because when you said that, I could see you playing it back in your mind and something bothered you about when you stopped there for a minute. Tell me what that is.
I had a bad feeling.
Okay.
Like, just a,
Where did he go when he got out of the truck? Down the beach, to the water, to the dunes?
he walked up and then he walked down, and I remember because I drove down, there was like the truck and trailer that we ended up with back, like, and everything was dark and like you couldn't even like see it very well, but I drove past it and
There's no lights on in it?
mm-mm,
Okay.
no, that's why I didn't think so much about it, and that's why I didn't think that anybody had gotten hurt. Does that make sense? Like, because I mean, it wasn't super late. It was like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock or something. I don't know, but that's my assumption, is that it was around that time.
So you drive on by, and where do you go?
So I drive down and I turn around and I'm sitting there and I'm waiting, I'm thinking, and sure enough, like, because the truck, it wasn't hooked up to the trailer, like the one that we ended up with, they weren't hooked up. And I was kind of watching him, and sure enough, like, he hooks the truck up and he pulls out, and I'm thinking, like, holy shit, like, he's stealing somebody's freaking truck and trailer, like. And so I sat there and then I followed him.
Hang on
And
just for a minute.
yes,
When you took him to go down there, did he have the gun with him?
when I took him,
To go get the truck and trailer?
I don't know.
Okay.
That I
Okay.
really don't
That's
know.
fine. That's fine. From the time you dropped him off until the time you saw him hook up the trailer, how much time was it?
Not long, like 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Not long at all.
They returned to the 24-hour laundromat where they had been loitering when they had nowhere else to go. Amanda drove the truck and trailer while Adam drove the butler's rig. When they arrived, Amanda noticed that Adam's mood had changed. He was upbeat and kept urging her to cheer up because their situation had improved.
He was being nice, actually, and he's like, come on, like, this trailer's nice. We won't have to live in that little thing anymore. Like, and it was so nice. And, like...
So, hang on just a minute.
Yes.
When was the first time you got in the new trailer? At the laundromat?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about it?
About the trailer?
Okay. Did you notice blood or
No.
nothing?
Nothing like that. The only thing that I thought, like, the bedroom, like, all of the bedding was completely gone. And, like, there was a cat in there. And so it smelled like cat. But, like, because the trailer had been moved without things being put in places, it was a mess in there.
At the laundromat, they removed James and Michelle's belongings from the trailer. They took their clothes inside and put them into washing machines and closed the doors, but didn't turn them on. They tossed the rest of the butler's stuff into a dumpster behind the laundromat. The only cat still left in the trailer ran out and disappeared. It's not known what happened to the cat or the other two that had been traveling with the butlers. Adam and Amanda abandoned their own broken-down truck and dilapidated trailer in the laundromat's parking lot and drove off. Amanda had already provided Texas Ranger Groves with a lot of information up to this point in the interview. She was talkative, but it didn't escape his attention that she had skipped over the most important part of the story. What had happened to the Butlers?
Thank you for telling me this. I think your story is very accurate, but I think you're leaving out something, a few little parts in there.
Okay.
And here's what I don't want you to do. I don't want you to leave out parts because, one, you think we're going to think poorly of you, or because you don't want to get in trouble. Because the only way this works is if you tell me 100% of the truth, and you know the part we're missing. Okay? So what I want to do is I want you to think very carefully, because that isn't exactly what happened when you dropped him off the beach. It's a little bit different. Okay? Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to come back to that? Here's the deal. We have to have 100% honesty.
I know. No, I know.
And I'm not going to think less of you. We understand it was a very bad situation. We understand it was very bad. But your story is very, very detailed, very accurate until we get to that part. And I know that's why.
Chance that we can take one more break?
Let's take another break.
One more smoke?
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and stop at 2:47 a.m.
After a cigarette break, Amanda laid out in more disturbing detail what had happened on the beach leading up to Adam stealing the Butlers' truck and trailer.
So, when I dropped him off to pick up the truck and trailer that he said he had found, and everything was dark, I did drive down, and I came back, and I parked, and I know that he removed some things from the trailer. I don't know what. I do know that. My assumption, it was because, honestly, my main concern was, but I thinking, the bedding, that type of stuff, I honestly, truthfully, I didn't ever see anything, and that's, I swear on my daughter's life.
Okay, let's talk about he removed something. Okay, so how far away are you parked?
So the trailer is right here, and then the other truck is right here, and then I'm parked down.
Could he see you?
Yeah.
So he knew you were there?
Yeah.
Okay, he knows you're there.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not trying to hide from you what he's doing?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And in your mind, you're trying to not see what you're seeing at this point?
In my mind, I'm not trying to see anything, honestly.
Okay.
And
So you said he removed something from the trailer?
Yes.
When you say remove something, is he carrying a box? Is he dragging something? Is there something over his shoulder?
Honestly, it looked like he was dragging something.
Okay. Now, if I'm dragging a towel, that's one thing. If I'm dragging...
Oh, it was... that's why I'm thinking, the bedding and everything, because it was bigger.
Was it heavy?
I think so.
Okay. Okay. In your mind, you know what he was dragging, right?
When I look back now, yeah.
What's he dragging?
I think he was dragging one of them.
Okay. Okay. We know that too. In your mind, you're blocking out what he's dragging. He's dragging a body out of there. Okay? All right, Amanda, let's talk about what happens next. And it's going to be important to me. He drags whatever he's dragging out, and then where does he go?
Goes up in the dark.
Up, you mean?
Up in the dunes.
In the dunes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then what do you see?
Honestly, I stopped, looking.
Okay.
I stopped.
So do you think, because you're an intelligent person, you're a dumb person, you're like, oh shit, he just killed these people? You're blocking this out, I don't want to see anymore? Did he tell you to wait for him while I go do this? Did you know he was
I don't, honestly, I don't, I think that he didn't kill them while I was there.
Okay.
To be honest, like,
Were you close enough you think you would have heard him shoot him if he had shot them?
yeah,
Okay.
because I mean, that it's loud.
Okay.
Like, because when we got the gun, he fired off one round to make sure, like, that it worked, and it was so loud, and so that's why I didn't think, like, I mean,
Looking back on it, that's what you think he was doing, was taking the body out of the trailer. How long was he gone from the time he dragged it up, you said, into the dunes?
Mhm.
So how long was he gone from the time you dragged it up into the dunes until you saw him again?
I don't know, because
No, so here's the difference.
no, like, I wouldn't look.
No, so I'm not
Does that
asking. I'm not
make
asking you to
sense?
tell me like he was gone a minute 42 seconds. I want to know, was he gone long enough that he just walked up there and walked back, or was he
No.
gone for a while and then he came back?
It had to have been a while.
Did he make multiple trips
Yeah.
to the dunes?
Yes.
What did you see him carrying?
Uh,
You saw something important in your
I-
mind right now. What
I
did you
didn't. No, I didn't. It was similar to the first thing.
Okay.
Like, I didn't.
So he's dragging the second thing.
Mhm.
Does he make a trip after that?
Well, he hooks the truck up.
Does he make a trip to the dunes? Does he go back and forth another time after he takes it to them? The two whatever she took.
After the two, no.
Do you see anything else in his hands?
No, not that I can remember, because honestly, like, I didn't
So I want to ask you
I
about.
didn't want to look.
Now the situation had darkened for Amanda. She was no longer just accompanying a fugitive on parole who went on the run to escape warrants. She had become an accomplice to 2 ruthless murders. Texas Ranger Groves wanted to know what had happened in the aftermath.
So you unload the stuff. What does he tell you? So I understand you're scared of him, but there is some sort of conversation because he is now up the ante on what y'all are doing wrong. So tell
He
me.
doesn't really say much.
But you ask him about it.
And he says that he did what he had to do to get us a new truck.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay.
And I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't.
Okay. Where do y'all go?
We go somewhere else, still in Texas.
Okay.
I don't know where. I've honestly, like, I was never in charge of, like, where we went.
It's interesting to note that although Adam was willing to take whatever he wanted from other people without any remorse, he wasn't so freewheeling when it came to others taking from him. In this jailhouse surveillance footage following his arrest, his temper flared as he yelled at another inmate over $27 apparently owed to him for commissary purchases.
I gave you $27. I gave you leg bag, 2 beans, 1 coffee, socks, 10 envelopes. I paid you for that. That was $20. Then I gave you 7 suits. That's $27. That's 42 G's. Like, I didn't fuck it over. I gave you $20, and I gave you $7 in suits. I told you I don't want you to do business. There's never no fucking side of this. I gave you a med bag, $6.50. I gave you a coffee. Listen, fool. I gave you a coffee, $4.90. I gave you a pair of socks, $1.85. I gave you refried beef. Oh, see, you got the rest of your life. It's cool, right? I don't need you to yeah. Hey, let me tell you something right now. I promise you on my life, serious. I don't want to. Yeah. Read it this way for both.
After arresting Adam and Amanda, investigators found the 9mm pistol used to kill the Butlers hidden in the RV. The ammunition was hidden in the ceiling. They also found bloodstains inside the trailer that matched Michelle Butler. Prosecutors were initially planning on seeking the death penalty for Adam Williams, but they offered him a deal. In November of 2021, he pled guilty to capital murder, tampering with evidence, unlawful use of a firearm by a felon, and theft. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. As soon as Adam Williams was convicted, Clayburgh County Sheriff Kirkpatrick called the governor's office and the Texas Bureau of Prisons, imploring them to get him out of the Clayburgh County Jail immediately. He wanted Adam moved to a high-security prison before he could hurt someone else. The sheriff had spent many sleepless nights worrying that Adam was going to kill one of his guards. Just a few days after being sentenced, the sheriff got his wish and Adam was relocated. In February of 2022, Amanda Nover Williams pled guilty to 2 counts of first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, unlawful possession of a firearm, and theft. She was sentenced to 20 years for the murders, 10 years each for the other charges. Because the sentences are running concurrently, her total sentence is 20 years. Amanda's lack of a significant criminal history and the fact that she didn't pull the trigger were cited by prosecutors as factors that weighed into the decision for a shorter sentence. If you found this case compelling, don't forget to like the video, comment down below your take on it, and please subscribe to the channel. We're on our way to 1 million and we'd love to have you along. Also hit the notification bell to know when we're revealing a new shocking case. Until next time, stay safe and keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's lurking in the shadows. Every night in America, hundreds of arrestees are brought to local emergency rooms for treatment. Perhaps they were injured during a fight or a vehicle crash. Sometimes the injuries are self-inflicted or even obtained during the arrest. This night, Levi Davis was being brought in for treatment for a terrible wound to his leg. The officer on the scene can't tell the emergency room workers what the arrestee is being charged with. He can just make sure that the man is restrained, handcuffed to the bed.
Davis, is that right?
Been here once or twice.
Yeah. The doctor already come to talk to you?
Yeah. Yep. Tell you what, I'll roll down here, that way you can put your arm down. Probably a little more comfortable.
The medical personnel on scene this time are rendering aid to a man who committed a brutal murder earlier that day, a murder that left his own mother laying in a pool of her own blood. Before we begin, we would like to extend our deepest sympathies to the family and loved ones of Carly Cantrell, a loving mother and dedicated member of the community, a woman taken in the prime of her life. Let's go back some 8 hours earlier. We're in Middleton, Idaho, a small town of just over 10,000 people in the middle of Canyon County, just outside of Boise. It's 3:35 p.m. on Monday afternoon, October the 10th, 2020. When a call comes in to the local 911 center.
Honey! Oh no! Honey!
911, is the address emergency.
I just came home from my work and I think my wife's dead. Oh God.
Okay, we're getting help on the way. I want you to get flat on her back on the ground and remove any pillows.
She's stiff. She's
stiff?
Cold and there's blood everywhere. Oh God.
Do you know where the blood's coming from?
No, I never touched her. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Okay. Are there any weapons near her?
No. Oh, God.
Okay.
No.
We're getting help on the way. I want you to repeat the address for me. Okay, how old is she?
40, I don't know.
Okay.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh yeah, there's something wrong with her insides. I think someone's been here. There's footprints in the blood. Get out of here, God.
Okay. Sir, I want you to step away from the situation right now. If she's beyond help, don't touch anything. Keep the dogs away from the area.
Oh God.
Because there's footsteps in the blood.
Yeah, bleeding out the garage. Oh my God.
Okay. Is she in the garage?
Oh, and there's blood on the back door handle. Stop outside. Oh my God. No.
Is she in the garage?
No, she's in the house in the living room. Oh my God.
Do you have any roommates or children there?
No, my kids went to school this morning.
Okay.
God. No. She's laying kind of on her side and she's ice cold and something on her.
Okay.
Her purse has blood on it. I won't touch it. Oh my God.
Officers from the Middleton Police Department have arrived at the home within just a few minutes of the call. What they came across was a nightmarish scene. Within the home on Murtaugh Lake Street, they find a distraught husband, Kevin Klein, who leads them to the body of his wife. Carly Cantrell, the mother of 4 and executive director of the West Valley Humane Society, was lying dead in a pool of blood. There was evidence that a terrible struggle had happened earlier in the day. Bloody footprints led from the room and into the garage of the house. The family's 4 dogs locked outside, looking in through sliding glass doors at the carnage. Police quickly checked the home to make sure the killer was no longer there. The husband was taken outside and the crime scene secured just as the family's 2 youngest sons drove up, coming home from a long day at school. There were no signs of a break-in, and police quickly began working on establishing a time frame for the crime as detectives, forensic personnel, and the coroner headed into the scene. Kevin explained that he had headed to work that morning around 7:30 a.m., while their 2 sons drove themselves to school around the same time. One of the 2 youngest sons had gotten to school and realized that he had forgotten a project for his English class at home. He texted his mother, Carly, to let her know and asked her to bring it to him. Carly never answered the next text. With that information in hand, police asked Kevin if he knew if anyone would have a reason to kill Carly. He told them that his stepson and her oldest child, Levi Davis, was most likely the person who killed her. The 26-year-old man had recently been told to leave their home and return to a halfway house. The young man had a long history of trouble going back to his teens for battery, burglary, and drug offenses. He was currently on parole from prison, and he and Carly fought often and argued. As info was sought on Levi's whereabouts, deputies and detectives began canvassing the neighborhood to find out if anyone had seen or heard anything. They were also on the lookout for security cameras that might have caught video of someone arriving or leaving the house. In this case, the officers got lucky, and the next-door neighbor had actually seen something very suspicious that morning.
It was gone. I could be mistaken. It could have still been here. But when I left, for sure, I left it at 9 a.m. to go to work. It was gone then. But yeah, I know I saw it when I left, or when I first departed to go get the gas. I did see he pulled up right at the same time. I didn't say hi or anything. I just thought it was weird because I hadn't seen him in a minute. And he parked in the driveway, which was weird too. He usually parks over there.
Did you actually see Levi, or
no? I
just
saw his car. I didn't physically see him, but.
Okay, and then that was about 9 o'clock. You left for work.
Yeah, but that's not when I saw the car. When I saw the car, it was 7:54 this morning.
Okay.
Yeah, when I left.
And then at 8:11,
I came back with my wife's car.
You're not sure if he was there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was still there, or the car was still there, but I'm not exactly sure.
And then at
9 he was gone for sure.
9 he was gone for sure. Can you describe Levi's car for me?
It's a blue, not a Mini Cooper. It's a blue, tiny little car.
Blue, like a hatchback?
Yeah, it's a hatchback for sure, but it's a tiny little fucking thing.
Kind of like this, or?
Yeah, but smaller than my car for sure.
Like a 2-door?
It might be a 2-door. I mean, they'll know. His dad would know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know it's a little blue. I know for a million miles away, paint's all messed up and everything.
Paint's messed up. About what year?
Oh man, I'm not that kind of guy that knows that stuff. I mean, it's an older car for sure.
Anything unique about it? Is it loud? Is it?
I know that I just remember the paint being kind of like jacked up, or something about the back of it being just the paint. It was looking good. That's about all I can think of.
Okay.
And my wife was here, but she said she didn't hear anything. She guys wanted to take a statement from her later. Okay. But she was here all day, so. I mean, I know it's his car.
And you know Levi from?
Yeah, he smokes cigarettes out here. I smoke, so I talk to him all the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's about it. Very strange young man, but
is there something that makes you, I mean, it could have been anybody, right?
For sure, yeah.
Is there something that makes you say, well, Levi's car was here and that's kind of suspicious? Or?
Well, it's very odd to have his car here for one parked here, always parked over there, and then two, he hadn't been here for I don't know how long. I don't know their personal lives or anything, so I don't know if he was kicked out or what, but I mean, I know he was gone, so.
For how long?
It's been a few months at least. Yeah, because I know he went to, when I first moved here, he just came out of the pen, and he was here for a while, and then he disappeared for a couple months, came back, he was working a little bit, and then he disappeared again. So again, I don't ask him their business. So,
sure. Yeah. But you haven't seen his car here or him here for a couple months?
Yeah, probably. That's why it was pretty weird to just see that today.
Gotcha.
It was very odd. And then for this to happen makes it, for me to say,
sure,
hand in hand, go together somehow.
Okay.
Neighbors in the immediate area surrounding the home, however, didn't have security cameras on the home that would give any actual video of the suspect at the scene. However, one living further down the street was able to provide a Ring camera video that showed Levi's beat-up blue Chevy Aveo zipping past her house, away from the scene of the crime around 8:20 that morning. Search warrants were obtained for the house as well as for Levi's cell phone pings. Now that a search warrant was in hand, forensic teams moved into the home. A forensic videographer walked into and through the house, documenting the scene as it was. All of the family's firearms and kitchen knives were found within the home, and none were missing from the scene. The footprints led out to the family garage where Carly's vehicle is parked along with a restoration project SUV. Outside, Kevin tells the officers that he had set up a rental storage unit for Levi right after he had been asked to leave the family home. It was meant to be a place for Levi to store his furniture and personal items until he was ready to move out of the halfway house with a steady job and a place of his own. Police would contact Viking Mini Storage, and they were able to verify that Levi and his Chevy Aveo had been at the facility earlier that day. Video from that location would prove instrumental in not just tracing Levi's movements, but incriminating him. Through eyewitness accounts, security videos, banking transaction, hits from his license plate readers in and around the county, and other methods, police were able to put together not just a timeline for the murder, but where Levi had gone. Comments from other residents at the halfway house and other friends would also further incriminate him and tell a story of a man first looking desperately to get away from the scene and then to establish some sort of alibi. The early part of the day seems to be filled with panic, while the second half seems to be him trying to appear as if he was just enjoying a day off. The timeline put together by police puts Levi at his mother's home before 8 a.m., according to the next-door neighbor who saw the car in the driveway, but then saw it was gone by 9 a.m. Ring doorbell camera footage places his very distinctive car leaving the neighborhood around 8:20 a.m. From there, Levi travels to the home of a friend, Larry Lucero. He just walks into the house without knocking. Larry's wife, Sonia, said Levi was pale and had a very worried look on his face. His blue jeans were covered with blood. Larry asked what happened, and Levi tells him that he had stabbed himself and he needed to come in and take a shower. Larry refuses the request, and Levi offers him money to let him take a shower. Larry immediately walked Levi to the door and tells him to leave. Levi would then drive to the Viking Mini Storage, entering the facility around 10:22 that morning. His car is seen on the security footage driving up to and at the unit he had rented. Levi had to get out of the bloody clothes, and he knew there were items of his clothing within, so he went in and changed. Nearby, another man pulls up to his rental space and begins putting things away. He has no idea what's going on nearby as Levi takes his bloody clothes and shoes and stuffs them into a U-Haul box. Satisfied with the change, Levi gets back into his car, gets ready to leave, and apparently realizes that the wound on his thigh has continued to bleed. He gets back out and goes back into the storage unit to change again. He comes back out and leaves. Later, his car is spotted by a couple of license plate readers around the town before he goes and picks up a friend. Strangely, Levi and his close friend decide it's a good time to get haircuts, and they end up at a Sports Clips location. There, banking records and the store's own check-in system show that he had spent just over an hour waiting to get haircuts. Levi, being the good soul that he is, pays for both men's haircuts and leaves a good tip. The two then decide to go to the movies. On their way, they stop at Jackson's convenience store where Levi goes in. Note the heavy limp Levi has as he goes to the ATM and makes 3 quick withdrawals and then buys a pair of Red Bulls. An hour later, and the two men are at the Regal Edwards movie theater in Nampa, Idaho. They settle in for the 7 p.m. showing of Barbarian, a horror movie. At 11:45, the two men have finished seeing their movie and have gone separate ways. It has been a long and busy day for Levi, so he heads back to the halfway house, checks in through the place's PIN system, and calls it a night. Outside, unbeknownst to him, members of the local Violent Offenders Task Force have been waiting for him to come home. The officers rush in the front door and make their arrest while an officer with his canine assistant come through the back door of the facility to cut off any chance of an escape. And that's how Levi Davis would end up at the emergency room that night, handcuffed to a hospital gurney. While waiting for his knee to be stitched up, 2 detectives from the Canyon County Sheriff's Office would begin their interrogation after providing him with his Miranda rights. Levi did not ask for an attorney, but instead decided to act sleepy and to attempt to doze off during the interview. His attempts were unsuccessful.
Well, how come you're so tired right now?
Trying to sleep, man.
Yeah? Well, why are you trying to sleep when we're talking? So let's talk about your mom for a minute. I think you know why we're here. You know why we're here.
What?
You know exactly why we're here.
What?
Well, we know you were at the house this morning. We know that, okay?
What?
And I don't like to BS people. I like to learn a little bit about people, but I'm not going to BS you, okay? We know you were at the house this morning. Okay? We know that some bad things happened at the house.
What house?
At your mom's house. Okay. You know your mom's dead, right? Yeah, you do. We know that, okay?
What happened to her?
Well, we'd like to know that, Levi. We'd like to understand what happened to her.
I seriously didn't know that. It's been like
Levi.
weeks since I've talked to her.
Levi. So why don't you tell us what happened to her? We'd like to understand. We understand there was some type of argument.
I don't know what you're talking
right?
about. I haven't been over to my parents anytime recently.
I want you to think about that for a minute. Okay? Do you love your mom?
Yeah.
Okay? And sometimes things just get out of control. We understand that. Totally out of control. I don't think your mom agreed with some of your decisions, right? Right?
I was younger, making mistakes.
Yeah. You're doing pretty good now, though, but something happened today, okay? We know that. And some poor choices were made. Some argument. There was an argument that happened. We know that. Right? Well, what happened? Tell us what happened so we understand.
I've already talked
Well, your mom's dead, Levi.
Yeah,
you're not even You're not even reacting to it.
You just told me that.
But you're not even reacting to it.
Well, I don't know what's going on.
You're not even looking at.
Crazy.
Right? Why don't you look at me when I talk to you for a minute, okay? So I understand that you're acknowledging what I'm saying. Your mom is dead.
Yeah, I heard you.
Okay.
I don't. How? What from? From.
But you're not even. Your mom was murdered.
You serious?
I think you already knew that.
You knew that, Levi. We know you knew that. Would it surprise you if we had people that saw you at the house this morning?
I haven't been there.
So those people just saw a figment of their imagination?
I don't know who would be telling you this.
Well, why aren't you upset that your mom's dead?
I am very upset.
Okay. So, you say you got a wound to your... Do you mind if I look at the wound on your leg? It's on your right leg, is that right?
You want gloves?
Yeah, gloves. So, the guy said that you had a wound. I'd appreciate if you just talk with me about this. Look, I know, and we know, I've done this job a long time, we know that things sometimes get out of hand, right? We know that, Levi.
I haven't done anything.
Levi.
What?
Listen. We know that. All right? So I'd appreciate if you just talk to me a little bit.
I haven't heard nothing about this.
You don't seem very shocked about it. So okay. You're gonna remain silent?
The detectives push harder, letting him know that his shaky story isn't holding up to the evidence at hand. They then let him know that even his friends are providing information on him.
Do you think we're not going to find your blood on the floor in that house? Right?
I don't know what happened.
Well, sure you do.
I don't know what happened.
You were bleeding too. Why did you go to a buddy's house this morning covered in blood?
I didn't.
Well, you did. We have somebody that said you showed up at their house this morning and you were covered in blood.
Things quickly come to a boiling point for the detectives when Levi lays in the bed, pretends to be sleepy, and proclaims he's innocent and that he has no idea what's going on.
Well, sure there is. Your mom's dead. You must have been...
I'm not here to talk about you.
What do you mean by that? Your mom's dead.
I would talk about it with my family and stuff. We were talking about it, but...
If I got your dad on the phone right now, would you talk with him?
Oh, what?
About what happened this morning?
Yeah, like that type of stuff. I'm not... There's nothing to talk about.
Well, your mom's dead. We need to understand that.
Yeah, well, until you figure out how and when.
Well, we know how.
Who?
She got slashed to death. You got slashed in the process. That's bull. You don't even want to talk about what transpired this morning? Your mom's left dead. You don't even bother to call an ambulance for her. And then you got Kevin and your little brothers. And you're not even going to talk to us about this? Come on, that's not fair.
I don't know what to say.
We'd love to hear something.
You guys are trying to blame me for something.
You did. There's no doubt about it. We're not trying to blame you. We want to understand why you did it. We know you did it. I'm sorry?
I'm trying to blame you for something I haven't done.
Oh, really? You can lay there without shedding a tear, and we've told you your mom's been killed, and you don't even care.
I don't know what to say.
You do know what to say. Tell us what happened this morning.
To wake up her son.
Excuse me?
This is the wrong way to wake up.
Why are you asleep?
Why was I asleep?
You're laying there. You can't even look at us. Levi, there. Thank you. Now listen, what would your mom want you to do? We understand that people have problems and sometimes things get out of control. We understand that. Okay? We get it. Life isn't perfect for people, right? And you've had kind of a crap life right now. You've been in prison, you have a drug problem, you have an anger problem. We know a little bit about you. We know a little bit, that's why we came to talk to you. And we're going to find it. And it's not going to be your blood, it's going to be your mom's blood. But I can guarantee you I saw blood drops on that floor this evening that are going to be your blood drops from your leg. Guarantee it.
Take it easy, man. I don't know.
Yeah, you do. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I guarantee we've got footprints in that house that are yours. And you can't even look at me and admit it. That's really, really sad.
The detectives switch to discussing what they have already found in his car and how that evidence is stacking up by the minute. Forensic experts are finding blood smears throughout the little Chevy Aveo, along with a bloody pair of pants. Luminol would turn up even more blood smears on items within the car, as well as likely handholds he would use getting in and out of it. The detectives try one more time to lay out the evidence before Levi, but he's not budging on his stance that he wasn't involved. The lead detective knows this isn't going anywhere, so he apprises Levi of what the young man, handcuffed to the hospital gurney, is now facing, that his terrible actions will have consequences.
So I just go straight to jail?
You're going to jail from here. Yep. I gave you your opportunity. You could have changed this whole outcome tonight by telling us what happened.
There's nothing to tell
But there
you.
is, Levi.
I haven't been doing anything wrong.
You did do something wrong. You went to your mom's house this morning. I see. I'm so done with this conversation. Good luck to you, sir.
Levi Davis would be transported to the jail that evening. His mugshot taken and DNA swabs would be taken to compare against blood samples found at the crime scene, his car, and those on his clothing and items found in the storage unit. In time, Levi would come to terms in some way with what he had done that day. He would plead guilty to second-degree murder in the death of his own mother, Carly Cantrell.
Just into our newsroom, a 27-year-old Nampa man will spend the rest of his life in prison after pleading guilty to murdering his mom. Court records show Levi Davis stabbed his mother, Carly Cantrell, at her Middleton home in October of 2022. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in September of 2023. Davis will spend at least 40 years in prison before he is eligible for parole. Cantrell was the executive director of the West Valley Humane Society at the time of her death.
In one terrible morning, a 26-year-old man would shatter his own family, take his mother's life, and guarantee that he would never see freedom again before he was an old man, if ever. What could have driven him to that moment? Was it a long-standing or simmering argument? Was he there for drug money, or was he just an out-of-control boy grown into a man's body? We'll never know, but we'll never forget. If you found this case compelling, don't forget to like the video. Comment down below your take on it, and please subscribe to the channel. We're on our way to 1 million, and we'd love to have you along. Also, hit the notification bell in order to stay up to date each time we reveal a new shocking case. Until next time, stay safe and keep your eyes peeled. You never know what's lurking in the shadows.
We got a newborn baby. It's been discarded. Looks like it's dead.
You knew that you were pregnant, right or wrong?
For sure, for a complete fact. No, I did not know completely, absolutely, positively.
You realize that we have your computer.
That's not my computer. So I didn't really have much concern for the baby. I was more concerned about my well-being and taking care of myself.
Then they turned over like pictures, and I really hope they're not trying to show pictures in the courtroom. And here I go.
When a horrifying discovery is found in a trash bag outside a sorority house at Muskingum University, suspicion falls on a young college student. As investigators dive into the truth behind the gruesome find, unsettling evidence begins to emerge, leaving them to question, is the suspect telling the whole truth, or is there more to the story than she's leading them to believe?
So they told me it's going to come down to who do they believe, me or the coroner?
Details of the chilling incident that took place on Wednesday, April 22, 2015 in New Concord, Ohio, begin to emerge in a conversation recorded between the student Emily and her mother, Sandra.
Anyone knock at the door? Yeah, somebody tried to get in the bathroom and knock at the door, but there was no sound whatsoever. The door was locked. They could not get in. Nobody answered. Why do I not know any of this? Because you would have to help.
It began when Emily's sorority sisters found a tightly knotted trash bag resting against the side of the house. They tore it open, uncovering a terrifying scene that would soon send shockwaves through the entire community.
Hey, it's Tim, University PD. Hey, I'm going to need you to send a deputy over here to 125 Lakeside. We got a newborn baby. It's been discarded. Looks like it's dead.
Okay. The squad's on the way too.
Yep, thanks. Bye.
Police quickly arrived at the sorority house where 12 young women lived while attending the nearby university. While it was unclear at the time what pointed witnesses to one specific resident, everyone believed the mother of the child to be 20-year-old Emily Weaver. Detective Todd Maley from the Muskingum County Sheriff's Office conducted a brief interrogation with Emily, documenting their exchange. At first, Emily denied having a baby, but faced with the fact that DNA evidence could connect them, she admitted the child was hers. With the hopes of uncovering how such a horrific tragedy may have happened, the detective returns the following day to question Emily once again. However, little could prepare the detective for the shocking truths he'll soon learn as their conversation unfolds.
When I first came over here yesterday and we first met, you lied at first about being pregnant.
Yes.
And then you ended up admitting that you were. What happened yesterday morning?
Can you show for sure from me having the baby?
Of course you were pregnant. Did anybody know about that? Tell me about that.
No, no one knew about that.
Now you told me that there was rumors.
Yeah, because I didn't take a test or anything.
However, it would later be revealed that Emily did take a pregnancy test at the university's wellness center. They would reach out to Emily in an attempt to share the positive results, but their calls, emails, and texts would go unanswered, begging the question, did she simply miss the messages, or did she choose to ignore them? The answers begin to reveal themselves in a series of text messages later uncovered between Emily and her ex-boyfriend, Logan. On March 18th, 1 month prior to giving birth, Emily texts, "I don't know what to do besides keep it a secret. And I haven't told anyone about this situation, but it's getting harder to keep quiet about." Emily tells Logan they need to talk about the situation they're in. She accuses him of acting like nothing's going on, saying he has no consequences.
Well, tell me about some of the rumors.
Well, basically, I just heard it coming from one girl saying it. Because my roommate is talking to someone, and he said it was brought up, and some of her sorority sisters have brought it up, but I've only heard it come from that one source.
Why didn't you want anyone to know that you were pregnant?
I didn't exactly know I was pregnant.
In a heated exchange on April 17th, just 5 days before giving birth, Emily accuses Logan of starting a war by telling others, indicating that the two of them may not have been the only ones who knew.
You didn't know you were pregnant. Now, you were showing.
I mean, I gained weight. I mean, not an excessive amount, but.
When did you stop having a period?
Sometime after August, but I was still like spotting like throughout.
According to Detective Maley's notes from the day prior, Emily also claimed she had no visible stretch marks and experienced no nausea, symptoms usually indicative of pregnancy. But based on a pin about a baby's nursery setup she saved on her social media account and the text she sent to Logan, it's clear she was aware of her situation.
And I don't want to beat you up about this, but you knew that you were pregnant, right or wrong?
For sure, for a complete fact, no. I did not know completely, absolutely, positively.
Emily tells Logan, "I just don't know how to deal with this situation," to which he suggests she go to a clinic. Her response, "I'm 7 months," goes against her claims that she had no idea she was pregnant. As the detective confronts her about this knowledge, she continues to give vague answers.
You suspected you were pregnant.
I mean, it crossed my mind, but I didn't.
Okay, and that's what you said last night. You said it crossed your mind, and I said, how did it cross your mind? And you said what? Do you remember? You told me because you gained weight.
A little bit, but nothing significant.
I don't believe that you went into the bathroom and had this baby and it was a complete surprise. That's not true, is it?
What?
That when you went to the bathroom and had this baby, it's like, oh my gosh, I didn't know I was pregnant. I mean, that's unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect I was going to have a kid right there.
However, alarming clues, including Emily's search history, hint that she may not have been as blind to her situation as she wants the detective to believe. Although none of this still explains what really happened to the baby.
Have you looked up things on your computer, on the internet, in reference to concealing a pregnancy?
What's concealing?
To hide that you were pregnant?
No.
Have you looked up things on the internet in reference to?
I don't know how you have a pregnancy.
To terminate a pregnancy.
I mean, yeah, I look things up. But
on how to terminate a pregnancy.
Or, yeah, if it came down. Like.
Okay.
And most of it was like abortion. It's mostly all I looked at.
However, Emily may have more than considered the idea, as is revealed in a text exchange on April 17th, just 5 days before giving birth. Logan sends a text to Emily which reads, "You should have gotten it taken care of when I told you to." In Emily's bedroom, investigators uncovered a startling new clue, but getting a straight answer as to her intentions would be no easy task.
The pills that were found in your room, what were they called?
It's like black, starting to see.
Is it black cohosh?
Yeah.
Are those pills to induce an early labor or to terminate a pregnancy?
I mean, I think there's like options, but I haven't taken them in a while.
Okay, so those pills do that?
Yes.
Regardless of whether she knew all along or was truly unaware, her decision to hide the truth once labor began raises disturbing questions.
What was going on before the birth?
I just felt like an uncomfortable pain. Is that like what you want? I got in the dream.
Is that what you had, was an uncomfortable pain?
Yeah, it wasn't anything like severe. It wasn't like I didn't think anything of it. And then
Where was it at?
Where was that?
Yeah.
My bedroom, like in my bed. Just.
No, I mean, where was the pain at on you?
Oh, just like stomach area, like nothing like it wasn't low or anything. It was just like my stomach. And then I thought I had the stomach bug because then I went to the bathroom and I pooped a lot. And like the stomach flu's been going around and like one of my housemates had it, so I was like, well, maybe that's just what it is. And so like I would just poop and then I just laid back down. I didn't think anything of it. Kind of like dozed in and out throughout the night. And there's like, I mean, later on, there's like a more like sharp, heavier pain that was lowered down. And I went downstairs, like I said, because if it was the stomach flu, 8 girls live upstairs. Like I didn't want it to be contagious, so I would get it. So I figured that would be the best place to go because it'd be the easiest to like, don't go, like clean and investigate.
The admission that as many as 8 other girls were sleeping upstairs while she gave birth raises concerning questions about no one hearing a sound or rushing downstairs. However, this still didn't scratch the surface, as a morbid question will soon cloud the entire case.
So then what happened?
And then I just sat there, and then all of a sudden, like, I just felt like a rip and like heavy pressure, and then the baby came out.
And where are you at in the little bathroom?
Like sitting on the toilet.
Okay. So you feel this pressure,
Mm-hmm.
and you said the baby comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Did you scream? Can you describe how it came out and what it looked like?
I mean, I didn't scream. Like, I was like quiet about it because I didn't like want anyone to like wake up or be concerned. So like, it wasn't like god awfully painful. Like, you know, like people hear, like it wasn't. I mean, it hurt a little bit, but it wasn't like that bad. So I didn't really scream. Like I might have like been breathing a little heavier, but that's about it.
So when the baby came out, where did the baby go?
The toilet.
In a conversation with her mother later, the two hint at the possibility of disturbing photographic evidence being witnessed by others.
I really hope they're not trying to show pictures in the courtroom. I have a feeling they are. If you're able.
Okay. Describe to me the baby's position in the toilet.
I was like laying like down. I'm pretty sure like I think there's like paper towels like in the toilet it was on top of. It was like it was facing like, I mean, I was laying, but like it wasn't like turned in the water, you know what I mean? Like it was like head was facing upwards.
And the baby was born alive.
Yeah.
On April 22nd at 7:12 p.m., just before the police arrived, Emily sent the following horrifying text to Logan. "No more baby, taken care of." As Logan demands to know what happened, texting, "I want to know how you killed my child," she states, "I went into labor last night for 6 hours. It was a girl with your dark hair," adding she didn't make it due to placenta complications. However, a later shocking admission by Emily may suggest the truth is not so simple and worse than the detective could have imagined. As Emily continues her harrowing account, she tells the detective the baby was making slight movements but was not crying. Throughout her unsettling account, she never mentions encountering other household members or hearing a knock at the bathroom door, as the phone call with her mom had suggested.
I don't remember any of this stuff. I mean, they said there was no sound whatsoever. There was no you, there was no baby, there was no nothing.
Whether someone may have stood just outside the door, unknowingly within earshot of what was happening inside, remains unanswered, as no witnesses have come forward. For now, the heartbreaking revelation that the baby was born alive raises troubling questions about her death and disturbing possibilities for what may have happened next.
After I tried to like stop some of the war bleeding, like I tried to check on the baby and it was just like, it really wasn't like it wasn't doing anything.
Now, how did you try and check?
I guess I just like looked and it wasn't anything.
Okay. So you said you took the baby out of the toilet and laid it where?
Just like on the ground.
Although Emily's story may be true, it seems the detective is reluctant to believe her and might be suspecting that she's withholding a darker truth.
And we talked about this last night, and I explained to you that the pathologist is going to be able to tell
Yeah. If it was choked or something.
the cause of death on the child.
Mm-hmm.
And did you do anything physically to...
No, I didn't do anything physically. Obviously I didn't do much at all. I was more concerned about me than I was the baby.
Detective Maley's notes reveal that Emily expressed concern, stating, "I don't want this to seem like I intentionally killed the kid." When asked if she choked the baby, she answered, "There's no way I could even comprehend something like that." Though Emily stands by her story, an autopsy report will later shed light on this tragic mystery. For now, the detective shifts the conversation to what Emily did next after giving birth. She briefly explains that she laid in bed, sleeping off and on through minor stomach pains until about 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
So then my roommate was like, well, what do you want to do for dinner?
And who was that?
Paige.
Okay.
And I was like, I don't really know. So then we just decided to go to McDonald's, at the airport McDonald's.
So how did you get there?
I drove.
Mm-hmm. She go with you?
Yeah, like, felt fine. Went to our room, sat there, ate it. Then I showered. Everything felt fine. I felt fine. So after I showered, I got on the computer. I started typing. I had a presentation due today. So I started, like, doing it. And I didn't look anything up about the situation on the computer, so if you still you can look that up, but I didn't look anything up on the computer or anything. I just did my presentation. And then that's when fire department showed up and came upstairs and asked if I was okay, if I felt fine. I said yes, and then that's when everyone, like the police department, whoever, came up.
What Emily did with the child following the birth will soon come to light in her own harrowing admission.
I want you to think about this. You know that there's going to be an autopsy on her.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we've went over this and I've got your answers to those questions. If any of that's not true, what you told me, I need to hear that from you because it's going to look much better on you if we hear it from you rather than hear it from the doctor.
Yeah. I mean, if I was going to intentionally kill a kid, I feel like, I would have, like, not put its head up and just let it drown, you know what I mean? It wasn't like I intentionally inflicted harm on the kid.
You did? Did you try and keep her alive?
I didn't do anything to keep her alive. No.
So they told me it's going to come down to who do they believe, me or the coroner?
As police arrive on campus and begin to question Emily, Logan sends a panicked message, reading, "What did you do?" When asked what happened immediately following the birth, Emily begins recounting her actions. After giving birth, she describes going to the kitchen and returning with a knife, which she used to cut the umbilical cord. Emily vividly recounts the baby's final movements before claiming they stopped altogether. Afterward, she admits she disposed of the baby's body and other evidence in a black trash bag. Emily then lay down on the couch for around 15 minutes, leaving the trash bag on the bathroom floor.
Then after that, like, once I felt like I could, like, walk, I, like, went out and I took it outside. And I set it just right by the house. Like, it was trash day. Like, I could have took it to, like, the trash bins, like, the trash hadn't gone out or anything. But I just sat it there. And I came back in, and I was still losing blood, so I just, like, laid, like, on the couch.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Why did you just set her right outside the door and not somewhere else?
I just didn't know. I didn't want to, like, travel. Like, I didn't want to throw her, like, in the trash bin for, like, the garbage people to, like, just throw in the trash can. So at one point I thought about burying her, but I didn't want to, like, take her, like, away, and then because I wasn't in, like, I felt like the safest, like, position yet, because I was laying down and I was still losing blood, so I was just like, well, maybe I need to go if something doesn't stop soon. But then it slowly, like, started settling down.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I mean, I probably should have, but I just didn't.
Okay.
I feel like there was anything left to do. I just thought the baby was gone.
Though we may never know what Emily had been thinking, rising tensions between Emily and Logan shed a horrifying light on the situation that foreshadowed the tragic events that would soon follow. While accusing Emily of drinking throughout her pregnancy, he tells her she might as well just kill it. Despite Emily's grim admissions and the incriminating texts, investigators still have no clear proof of exactly what happened to the baby. However, the coroner's report will soon reveal harrowing details about the child's tragic death. For now, it appears as though the detective is searching for any sign of remorse from Emily as he asks her one final question.
Can you sum this up with how you feel about this?
Wish I could be rewound the situation, I guess.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
I just wish it was you could go back and I could have called 911, but I didn't, so.
With enough evidence to charge Emily with a crime, she's taken to jail with a bond set for $1 million. While behind bars, conversations with her mom, Sandra, continue as Emily faces a critical decision to prove her innocence.
I have to go to court at 2:30. Oh, today? I either have to take 15 years or go to trial. The prosecutor just came at me and was like, well, we're going to drop if you plead out to this, we're going to drop your two tampering with evidence charges because you've been good while you've been in jail. But he said it comes down to you knowing this whole time about it, having conversations about it, and it just looks bad on you. So go to trial. You think this is a good decision? I think it's your best option. All right. All I can tell you to do is pray about it. Okay.
Resolved to take the case to trial, Sandra reveals their attorney's strategy to present Emily with a positive image in front of the jury.
He was telling me that, or explaining, I need to get you about 4 outfits together, and I need you to look young, but not like a nun. Conservative, young-looking, but not like a nun. He didn't say anything about makeup or anything. I know. I feel like I can't have it. Oh, well, it's okay. You look better when you're pale anyway. I feel like I'm going to look pretty rough. My hair is going to look ridiculous. Just have somebody braid it.
In a tearful moment, Emily reflects after a discussion with her attorney, describing her feelings toward the crime in the face of the upcoming verdict.
He was like, how would you find yourself? And then he's like, whoa, can you say you're going to find yourself in this? Of course I'm going to find myself guilty. I feel what I've always felt.
On July 29, 2015, after declining the 15-year plea deal, 20-year-old Emily Weaver pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. Though her motive remains unclear, the defense argued she may have been suffering from a dissociative episode due to having an unperceived pregnancy. In a statement by Emily, she explained, "I didn't identify it as a human being," adding, "I wasn't associating it as a baby. It was an it." At the trial, the devastating truth of what happened to the child was finally revealed. According to the autopsy, the coroner concluded the baby died of asphyxiation. On May 13, 2016, a jury found her guilty of aggravated murder, abuse of a corpse, and 2 counts of tampering with evidence. Emily Weaver was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole. However, in December 2022, the case was reopened after an appeal argued that her life sentence did not accurately reflect the nature of the crime and that her punishment was not consistent with similar cases. In November 2023, Emily was resentenced to life with the possibility of parole after 20 years. She's currently incarcerated at the Dayton Correctional Institution in Ohio, where she will be eligible for parole in 2035.
I need to know, did he cut her into little bitty pieces?
I checked on her tonight and she's not dead.
They will shoot you if they see you.
She's been frozen for 2 days. She's frozen solid. It's amazing she's still alive.
It's the middle of the night in Springfield, Tennessee, when a dispatcher takes one of the most chilling 911 calls ever recorded. A man is calling to report that he killed his wife, but the call takes a sudden and shocking twist when he reveals the true reason for his call. In a case doomed to end in sudden tragedy, police and first responders must rush into this dreadful situation to discover the truth and find the suspect before he strikes again.
You know, just lock it down now. Joe may be coming to get you.
The stillness of a quiet night is broken at 2:45 a.m. on the morning of November 7, 2014, when a bone-chilling call comes into 911.
911 location of your emergency.
Yeah, Springfield, Tennessee. It's right behind Oakland Farms.
Okay, what's going on?
All right, this is what's happened. Been married 12 years. On the 4th, which would have been 2 nights ago at 4 a.m., I shot my wife in the temple of her head.
This detail, combined with the man's oddly calm demeanor, are already eerie enough. But it's what the man says next that is truly terrifying.
I thought I killed her, and I put her in the freezer out in the garage. When I checked on her tonight, and she's not dead. She's got a big hole in the temple of her head, and to get her body moved around in there, I think I broke her wrist. You know, she was frozen from being in the thing. She's been in this thing 48 hours now. This is no prank call. I need somebody to get out there and help her. I've cleared the premises. I've got away. You know, I'm not going to be there. But I promise you this is a legit call, and I need somebody to get out there and help her because I still love her. It's hard to believe that after that, you know, but I need to get somebody out there to help her.
The call is coming from 45-year-old Joseph Parker, and the woman he claims to have shot is his wife, Samantha.
Okay, what happened that caused you to do that?
It's a long story. Don't want to get into it. Just want to get into getting somebody out there to help her. I left the front door open. I left all the lights on in the house. And she's in the garage. You go through the kitchen to get into the garage. And you'll see her once you get in the garage. And she's a mess. She can't talk. I could get her to blink. Blink once means yes. Blink twice means no.
These horrifying specifics are almost too ghastly to believe, especially for those who know the Parkers, like their friend Barbara, who was over at the house the previous afternoon to borrow a tea pitcher. In her statement to the police, Barbara shares that Joseph told her that his wife was sick with a migraine. Barbara said that she'd looked in the bedroom to find Samantha lying on the bed, facing the wall and covered in a blanket. Barbara further tells the police that she seemed to be asleep.
I thought she'd been dead 2 days, and when I checked on her, she was still alive. She's been frozen for 2 days. She's frozen solid. It's amazing she's still alive. I shot her with a .38 caliber handgun, and there's a big hole in the temple of her head. I didn't see an exit wound.
And how long ago did you leave there?
An hour ago.
And that's the last time you saw her?
Yes, that's the last time I saw her.
And she was still in the garage?
Yes, she's still in the garage. I made her as comfortable as I could make her. She tried to drink a little water. You know, and she couldn't talk. Couldn't move her jaw. She's in bad shape. Really need to get somebody out there to help her.
It's crucial for the dispatcher to get as much information as possible from Joseph, but he makes it clear that there are some things he's not willing to share.
Okay, what is your name?
My name is Joe. I'm just leaving it there. Don't want to get arrested tonight and all that. We don't have a history of domestic disputes. You know, we've never had to call the police or nothing. We just had a real bad night a couple of nights ago and got myself in trouble. So, anyway, really need somebody to get out there and help her.
While Joseph doesn't want to give away his location, police will soon learn that his background is relatively clean. The only blemish to his record is a drug possession arrest from 1987, when he would have only been 20 years old.
I love her. I still love her. I've loved her every day I've been married to her. She's had a rough stretch here.
To that end, it will soon come to light that Joseph recently lost his job as a car salesman at Rivergate Toyota in Metro Nashville. Joseph's former co-workers would later recall in exclusive interviews with EWU how he changed in the last months of his employment.
He was really quiet. He was kind of weird. He was a salesperson, so he did talk to people. We knew something was going on with him, but it was unusual behavior, but it just grew over time.
I think he had a lot of money stress on him. He'd gotten behind on their mortgage. So I think he had a lot of weight on his shoulders that was getting to him.
Indeed, Joseph's stepdaughter would later say that the home was in foreclosure. Could these economic pressures have led to an explosion of violence?
So anyway, checked on her and she's still alive. And now I want to get her somebody to help her that knows what they're doing. And I got to stay out of trouble too. So.
Okay, we'll send somebody out there.
All right, what was your first name?
I'm not going to give you my name, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Joseph's call to 911 is over, and he's left more than enough details for police to investigate. They'll find, however, that he didn't tell them everything. And there's more to this grotesque story than anyone could have imagined. Police arrive at the house at 2:45 in the morning, and as they peer through the garage windows, they have the first confirmation of Joseph's grisly details when they see red hair peeking out from blankets and protruding from the top of a freezer. Even before they make an entry, a Be on the Lookout report goes out to the Metro Nashville area for Joseph Parker, said to be driving a white Toyota Camry. The idea that Joseph could be anywhere is unnerving, even for his sister Patty, who later talks to an investigator.
I refuse to leave the house. I know Joe's going to call me. I feel like he's been outside our house that night. My husband saw a white car, a strange car in our driveway. We're not in the kind of neighborhood that you just pull up in.
Is Joseph merely planning to make a clean getaway, or does he have more nefarious intentions in mind? At 3:23 a.m., police enter the house to find it clean and spotless. There's no trash anywhere, and every trash can has been emptied. It strikes officers as a clear attempt to destroy evidence. But there are other odd discoveries in store that don't seem to be directly related to a crime.
Have y'all known that he's OCD?
Not that bad. Hit over 1,000 chapsticks.
Yeah.
But it's in the garage that the police learn the disturbing truth behind Joseph's 911 call. They find Samantha Parker frozen to the touch inside the freezer with a gunshot wound to the left side of her head. She is completely unresponsive, which is a stark contrast to the way Joseph described the situation to 911.
She can't talk. I just give her to blink. Blink once means yes, blink twice means no.
The police search the residence for signs of blood, but find nothing other than possible small blood stains on the floor and carpet. That is, until they reach the bedroom and find a large blood stain on the mattress. Strangely enough, the pillows and sheets are completely clean.
Okay, she was shot in the bed, in the head.
I don't know where she was shot.
They took half the bed.
We took out, we didn't take half the bed. We took out a piece of mattress about like this right here. That's the blood. That was the blood. No bullet hole.
Not in her head.
No bullet hole in the mattress anywhere.
The police are a long way from determining what exactly happened between the Parkers at this residence, but soon, new clues come in regarding Joseph's whereabouts. Investigators ping Joseph's cell phone only 12 miles from his residence near the interstate. At 3:42 a.m., dispatch calls Joseph back, and he tells them he's going to Chattanooga to visit some friends. The bolo is updated with the new information. If Joseph has more scores to settle, it's vital that police catch up to him as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, at the house, police realize that Joseph wasn't finished with Samantha after shooting her.
Now here's what I've heard. Oh, he cut off her hand. Specifically, he told me he cut off her ankle. I've been told she's been chopped into little bitty pieces. Did he cut off? I need to know. Did he cut her into little bitty pieces?
He did not cut her into little bitty pieces.
What was her head still on her body?
Oh, yeah.
Were her arms and legs?
Her arms were still attached. Her legs had some work done to them.
Okay, was it an anger work, or I've got to get her in the freezer work? I know it was not both, but I don't know if I asked that right.
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that. You're asking me what he was feeling when he cut her up. I don't know.
Was it a rage of anger? Did he cut her legs into little big pieces or cut?
No.
So she was not sliced up bit by bit.
There's like.
Okay, another thing.
One.
Why?
She might be in 5 pieces.
Okay, that's what I mean.
Legs, but her hands is what I could tell. Now she's folded up in there, so it's kind of hard to see.
Okay.
But.
Thank you.
But I think maybe 2 cuts to each leg, or 2 cuts to one leg and 1 cut to the other.
Okay.
Police may not know all there is to know about what happened here, but they know enough to realize they're dealing with a violent and severely disturbed fugitive. Unfortunately, even with his name added to the Tennessee Top 10 Most Wanted list, Joseph proves to be elusive. It's only in hindsight that police learn that he checked into a hotel in Goodlettsville for a few hours. But it's when Patty gets a phone call that this domestic homicide threatens to grow into something far more tragic.
So then I called Rivergate Toyota and asked for Troy, who I know very well, or have known over the years through Joe. And I said, lock it down now. Joe may be coming to get you.
Did Joe ever say anything to you to make you think that?
Somewhere in the morning, I got a phone call saying that Joe was going to Rivergate Toyota to take out Troy. I was medicated, prescription.
Yeah. So you don't recall who told you that?
For some reason, no, I don't. But to backtrack on that, UPS shootings a month ago, my best friend runs UPS in Birmingham, and the guy that killed those people had just been fired, and he was after her.
Yeah.
And so in my head, I was thinking, Joe can't hurt anybody else, and I was actually trying to help those people.
Right.
Okay.
Joseph's former co-workers at Rivergate Toyota would later recall the horror of that day.
Someone I believe it was somebody on his side of the family told to warn us he was headed that way. I was scared. I was in fear. I really was. I was worried that he might be parked his car down the road and walked back up to the lot. And there was little sheds and buildings of all kinds at the old dealership. He could have got in and hid. Or if he'd have pulled in on the lot. Everybody knew Joe. They didn't hate Joe. He could have easily pulled on the lot, got out, and just went bam, bam, bam. You know, we wouldn't have even questioned why he was there. We thought he'd just come to visit.
The Metro Nashville police send units to guard Rivergate Toyota, but there's no way to know for sure what Joseph plans to do next.
The guy that got the phone call said that he said this all started when I lost my job there. So he was going to come and take care of the person that fired him for one, and the rest of us. And we're like, we didn't have anything to do with it, but okay. And then we weren't sure who all he was going to be aiming for.
Well, we had two entrances to this dealership, and what they did was lock the back gate so that only made one entrance in and out. And we had police undercover sitting back there in their cars watching people come on the lot. They were doing the best that they could. We had people set up across the street videoing.
But despite the rumors, Joseph never shows up at his old workplace. It remains a case full of unknowns. And the biggest question of all is what might have driven Joseph to kill his wife in the first place.
We think, here's what we pieced together as the detectives that we are. That's a joke. That he killed her sometime 10 o'clock Tuesday night and they had been fighting all day because it was Mackenzie's birthday, and Mackenzie's mother has never not called her, and there was a text sent from Sam's phone to Mackenzie, a birthday text from her mother to her only child. There's a lady in Samantha's neighborhood named Karen, and she texted Karen Tuesday night and said, I've got to go somewhere, he's crazy. The text, she knows she's going to die. She knows she's going to die. Wow. And we feel like that on the 3rd, Tuesday night, Joe saw that text. I'm going to go to an attorney. I got to get away from him. Can I come to your house? Begging. I haven't slept. I need a hot shower. Online. And we feel like Joe read that text, and that's when he killed her, because there was a text sitting back from Sam's phone that said, oh, I've decided to stay here tonight. Everything's going to be okay.
But even as both Joseph and the reasons behind his madness remain elusive, his sister learns that afternoon that the madness is not over yet.
At 3:13, my home phone rings, and I look at it, and I went, oh, and if you've heard the 911 tape, Joe was so calm and so cool, it was extremely eerie. I picked up the phone and said, oh my God, Joe, are you okay? He said, yeah. I said, what are you doing? What's going on? Whatever you've done, I forgive you. Tell me where you are. I will have somebody come and get you. I will come and get you myself. Are you in Alabama? He said, no, Patty, I'm just driving around. I said, okay. I said, Joe, what happened? He said, well, I shot her in the head, but she was asleep, and she didn't feel anything. And then I tried to put her in the freezer, but her ankle, I had to cut off her ankle because she wouldn't fit in there with her ankle. And then it really made a big mess, Patty, and it took me a really long time to clean it up.
But even as Joseph makes his second confession of the day, Patty notices a stark disconnect between what he's admitting to and his seeming inability to understand the full ramifications of his actions.
And I said, Joe, did you chop her up and put her in the freezer? He said, now, Patty, I'm not going to tell you that. I said, okay. Do you have a gun? Yes. Where is it? It's in my lap. Take the gun and unload it. You're not going to do that. Not going to prison. Can't do that. How is she? Joe, she's dead. Oh, they didn't get to her in time? They couldn't help her? No, Joe, she died. You cut her up and you put her in the freezer. You just told me that. I said, put the gun in the seat. If you're not going to unload it, put it in the passenger seat. Okay, I'll do that for you. You swear, Joe? Yes, I swear. So is Samantha dead? Yes, Joe, she's dead. So they didn't get to her in time. No, Joe, you just told me you shot her. I just told you she's dead.
At the house, the crime scene investigators remove Samantha's body from the house and deliver her to the medical examiner while still in the freezer. The autopsy report reveals that her lower leg was amputated, her right foot was cut between the toes, and she had a gunshot wound in her temple. There was another entry wound in her right arm, and police realized that this was the reason there was no bullet hole in the mattress. They theorized that she was indeed asleep, her arm tucked under her head when Joseph shot her on that fateful night.
We forgive you. Pull over at a filling station, put your hands up, and go in and tell them who you are. Why? Is anybody looking for me? Yes, Joe. No state of Tennessee, you're on the #1 list. They will shoot you if they see you. They will kill you. Well, I'm not going to prison.
After those final words, the phone line goes dead. But even as law enforcement begins to converge on Joseph's position, he calls Patty back, perhaps knowing that this would be the last time he would ever get to speak to his sister.
Yeah, he said, sorry about that, we got disconnected. I'm almost in Kentucky and I hit a rough spot. I said, so you're on your way to Kentucky? And he said, yeah, I'm 10 miles from the state line. He said, no, they're on to me. There's a white Tahoe behind me. I said, Joe, just, you know, I said, it's probably not a cop. Just don't speed up. And he goes, oh, it's a cop. He's been following me. I'm just doing everything I could to keep him on line. And in the very end, he said, I heard the sirens. Joe, pull over on the side of the road, open the door, hold your hands out where they can see it. Put your hands over your head. I'm crying. Joe, do this, please. Put your hands over your head. Get out of the car. They will help you. We will get you some help. I will visit you. They will help you. Whatever I can do to talk them out of this.
It's been at least 12 hours since Joseph made his original 911 call, but when police catch up to him on Interstate 65 in Kentucky, he's only about 30 miles away from his house. The goal is to take him in without incident, but unfortunately, Joseph Parker has decided this is the end of the line. The details of Joseph's murder of Samantha underscore his capacity for cold ruthlessness, which means the cops must exercise the utmost caution as they approach the vehicle. But even with their careful approach and desire to end this manhunt peacefully, they cannot stop the tragic, violent ending.
And he said, Patty, I love you, and I'm sorry. Well, I guess it's time now. Gotta go.
Police converge on the idle Toyota, but when they open the doors, they see that force won't be necessary. Joseph has taken his own life, using the same .38 caliber handgun he used on Samantha. Inside the car, police find a mirror with a white substance on it along with a short straw. This evidence coincides with the toxicology report, which shows Joseph had a host of strong medications in his system. While the manhunt doesn't end the way police would have liked, the finality of it is welcome news to the terrified employees of Rivergate Toyota.
Not to be cruel, but that was kind of relief.
Joseph's sudden burst of murderous violence would leave a lasting impact on those who knew him.
that isn't something that you just get over. You hear about it, you worked with him, and to the degree of where he went with all this was just, it scared you. It just scared you.
But unfortunately, the root cause, the true reason behind Samantha's murder, remains a mystery.
Everybody's just like, why?
But my dad...
I told somebody asked me that, my wife asked me, said, what happened? I said, a freaking wire come loose in his head or something.
Samantha Parker was 44 years old at the time of her death.
There you go. Never mind. Party police!
In the evening on March 31st, 2022, a desk officer in Milwaukee is about to make a disturbing discovery.
But yeah, I shot my girl a day and a half ago.
So you shot her?
Yes, I did.
What, you got ID on you? Where happened that? What's your last name?
Yes.
MIT. First name?
Ellis.
Believing that the man has come in to confess to an already reported crime, the officer begins looking up his information in their database.
What address was you at?
Were you supposed to turn yourself in here or one of the jails? House for HCJF? Oh. What are you turning yourself in for?
I shot my girl.
You did what?
Shot my girl. We was horse playing and gun went off and shot her.
Okay. How long ago was this?
It was a day and a half. I stood with her for a while. Yes.
Did police come out for that or?
No, I'm just not coming up here for that.
Oh, where is she?
She's still there.
Is she alive?
No.
Oh, okay.
They never did a report about that?
No.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for. I thought that, that's...
Oh, good. Turn around for me. There's something in the phone, man. It hurts.
No, we got to do it in the back. That's all right.
Yeah, I thought that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Yo, put 2 cuffs on you.
Yeah, we'll put 2 cuffs on you.
Yeah, I got you. I get my bloody one. Yeah, I was looking to see. I thought it was like a previous, Did she go to the hospital or anything?
She's still at her problem, man. Like I said, I gotta get out of here for,
Where did you shoot her at?
We were playing at the bedroom, I saw her in the room and she started bleeding, so I took to the basement. She's just right there by the sink right now, man.
I ain't got nothing on you. Okay. You said she down in the basement. Okay.
I mean, what she's looking like right now. I was down there with her about 7 hours.
Yeah.
And I walked her I know my life is gone.
It take a real man to come in, admit what they did, If it's an accident, it's an accident. Only you, her, and God know what really happened. I commend you for that.
I want her family to, her to be messed up.
Is the gun still at the house? Where the gun at?
I drove to, off of 50th and dumped in the dumpster after I left from the house.
Okay.
50 somewhere in there, man. I was just...
Okay.
Both is rebel for about what's going on.
Anybody else know about this? Just you and her? And God?
That's another thing.
Yeah.
This will be my life forever now. Look at the key right here.
I got which key is it?
The only one on it, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
This one right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have permission to go.
Yeah. I was just telling her the door down. I feel bad for her. Everything. About 80 years later.
Hey, to be honest with you, that's up to the judge. As long as you be honest with everything that went down. Like I said, it's only you God and her that know what's going on. As long as you be honest and tell them where different stuff at, what occurred. Yeah. That's gonna help you out. So I'm good. Yeah. I was waiting on Weatherby Yeah, he trying to figure some. Yeah, we good.
You dyslexic?
Yeah. Nah, he you know, you could have a seat over here. I'm at the gym. So you please stand up. No, yeah, I'm not. No, I just want you to, yeah, I mean, I want you to be comfortable. I ain't like that. Like I said, it take a real man to do what you just did. I mean,
That's
yeah, it was just, yeah. 2 a.m. So this Thursday. It happened Tuesday or yesterday? It's Thursday now. Yesterday or Tuesday? So Tuesday. Yeah. So Wednesday. So technically yesterday morning.
Yeah.
2 in the morning yesterday. Okay.
Oh, I'm lost up here.
Yeah. No, you good. No. I'm just trying to get try to get a time run.
Yeah, I shot one of them in mobile.
Yeah. And you said where was she shot at? No, I'm saying like where in the body? In the head? Just one shot? Okay. What kind of gun was it? 380? You know what brand? Yeah, that's why I was back there trying to run your name. I'm like, because, you know, people come in here and turn themselves in all the time. I just, it's my bad for misunderstanding. Yeah. Is it a single family house? Or is it up and lower?
Up and lower.
Up and lower? Okay.
I appreciate you not being here.
Oh, no. Hey, regardless of the situation, as long as you cool, I'm gonna be cool. I ain't even like that. At the end of the day, we all human. We all make mistakes. Like I said, it take a real man to come here and do that. I wish it was a little earlier for you, you know. But I mean, and Truddy, you still came here. At the end of the day, you could have did so many other things.
In the bag, so we're sending it now.
This your 5? These your candy? I'll put it in your pocket.
After Ellis seemingly confessed his actions, 4 officers visited his home. They intended to search for his allegedly deceased girlfriend by entering the home with keys Ellis provided himself.
Alrighty, man. You got the keys? Is it turning?
Yeah, it's turning.
Well, what's going on? So I guess one of the updates we got is the body's by a sink or something, or maybe in the basement.
There's a body in your sink?
Yeah, do you know what you're saying here?
No.
Oh, no way?
No.
A guy walked in our district saying he shot his girlfriend a couple of days ago, and he's been sleeping with her ever since then. But he came in and reported that he shot her, so we're going to look for a dead body.
So it's completely true. I can tell you that right now. It's completely true.
I don't know with this one, man. It's
Okay, this key's not working for whatever. You think that worked for the back door at all?
I can see. Yeah, we got limited information, but this is all just like happening right now. Find out which door he goes in. We're having trouble with the locks. There's a side door and a front door, and ask him which lock, if it's the deadbolt or the doorknob that he unlocks.
The door in the front to the right.
Yeah, ask him whether it's the deadbolt or the doorknob.
Despite their best efforts, officers were unable to open the door and had to resort to alternative methods.
Hey, working.
Yeah. All right, who's doing it? Of course. You the biggest one. Police!
Milwaukee police! Hang on, we got breaching tools if you want.
Do you?
Hang on, let me call. There you go. Never mind. Milwaukee police!
The case you are watching now was found by our small journalism team through a news article, which is why I want to tell you about today's sponsor, Straight Arrow News. I think they are currently doing the best work at bringing people unbiased and unpartisan news, which is something our research team values more than anyone. Straight Arrow News is super diverse in the news that they offer, everything from business to sports, tech news, and much more. When it comes to keeping up with the news and staying informed, they have a media landscape indicator that tells you who is or is not reporting on a given story and which side of the political spectrum they are are on. Under the Opinions tab, there are articles on topics divided by the writer's political affiliation. But don't just take it from me. Even known media rating tools such as All Sides Media assess Straight Arrow News as one of the most unbiased and reliable news platforms. I really like the Media Miss section, which covers stories traditional news may not have covered. To access Straight Arrow News, simply go to san.com/Midwest to check it out. You can access the website or app through the link in the description, so please give this website a look, as we believe that raising the bar on news and serving truthful information is extremely important.
Milwaukee Police!
Said basement.
Milwaukee Police Department, announce yourself, you're in here! We know you're in here, announce yourself! You guys want to clear that room? I'll hold this. Yeah. Milwaukee Police, we know you're in here, announce yourself!
Clear. It's a room to the right.
Bathroom over here.
Alright. Clear as of right now.
Milwaukee Police, we know you are in here, announce yourself! Does it come through to the kitchen?
I'll clear this.
Hold on, at least a whole bunch of other rooms.
Police! Milwaukee Police, we know you're in here, announce yourself.
I'm on the other side of you, I'm on the other side.
You're on the other side of that door?
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm coming back out.
You said what day?
I said, just tell him I'm coming back out. So I didn't clear. I think there's another bedroom over there. I just didn't want to get shot by you guys now.
Okay. Milwaukee Police, we know you're in here. Okay. Clear in here. Milwaukee Police, we know you're in here.
Milwaukee Police, if you're down here, announce yourself now. Good?
Yeah.
Room to the right. Oh,
Oh, yep, there's a dead body down here.
God damn it.
We're gonna need more squad. 7286. Yeah, we're gonna need more squads here. There's gonna be a confirmed PMB female in the basement.
It looks P&B, pretty good.
Yeah.
Body P&B in the basement here. Can you get us a couple more squads and a boss?
Not those back there? No.
At the location. Confirm, you know the injury?
What's the injury?
Hold on. A6 standby for injury. Wanna bring your light over here?
I mean, it looks like a GSW to the head.
Yeah. But I just don't want to.
We're not going to move the body, but appears to be blood from the head region, so GSW to the head.
Yes, Dad.
Affirmative. Crazy.
The woman was later identified as Angela Lane. She appears to be clothed in loungewear with the top half of her body contained in a plastic basement sink. Officers clear the rest of the basement as they await for other officials to arrive on scene.
Our victim's going to be a black female, probably around 30 years old, not conscious, not breathing. It's been here for a couple days now. They apparently have a human custody. Just get his info, see if they got her info.
All right. Has anybody made contact with the upper?
No, I've been down here just blocking all this off.
Let's make contact with the upper, make sure nobody's injured or anything up there.
Surprisingly, it appears that there are tenants in the upper part of the duplex.
Right there. Have you heard any gunshots? You and your wife and you're both okay? There's been a shooting and someone's in the basement shop, okay? You ever heard any gunshots? time in the last 3 days, anything? If you got any questions, you guys have a front door? Okay, use that. Use that if you gotta get outside and ask me any questions or anything, okay? Don't come down this hall. Thank you.
I don't know if it's her baby daddy or boyfriend walked into our district and said that he shot her a day and a half ago.
Oh, well then. Why do people keep coming into districts like this?
I want to make it easy on us. I want to make sure our numbers aren't
And then we obviously
going down.
In the criminal complaint, Ellis provided a detailed account of the events that transpired that night. He described engaging in horseplay with the victim, during which he allegedly pointed a gun at her head as a joke, finger on the trigger, after she jokingly directed profanities at him. According to Ellis, she slapped the weapon, causing it to discharge and strike her in the head. Panicked and unsure of what to do, Ellis moved her from his bedroom to a living room chair, noticing significant blood loss. He then carried her to the basement, leaning her upper body over a sink to prevent further blood from spilling onto the floor. Ellis proceeded to clean the blood throughout the house with a cleaning solution before sitting in the basement for hours smoking and contemplating on what to do. Eventually, he left the house with the gun and disposed of the weapon. The following day, he contacted his sister, who drove him to the police station where we began this video. Detectives noted that Ellis did not attempt life-saving measures, nor did he call for emergency medical services at any point. For his arrest, Ellis faced 1 count of first-degree intentional murder with a modifier for use of a dangerous weapon. He entered a plea of not guilty days later. According to court documents, his bond was initially set to $250,000, but it was officially set to $75,000. During his time in jail awaiting trial, he would never post bail. Then 43-year-old Ellis was found guilty via jury trial in April of 2023, over a year after confessing to the killing of 29-year-old Angela Lane and pleading not guilty. For this, he was sentenced to 33 years in prison with 10 years of extended probation. He was granted 385 days of jail time. Because this is a Class B felony, and because the judge ordered Ellis ineligible for certain programs that could reduce his sentence, he will probably have to serve the entirety of his time. And so, he likely won't be released from prison until April of 2055, when he will be 75 years old. He then won't be released from probation until he is 85 years old. Additionally, the court ordered restitution in the amount of almost $2,000 to one individual, and roughly an added $800 in court fines and fees. After Angela's death, local news captured a vigil held by family and friends of the victim.
This is so saddening. It's too much. I'm just so broken that this could happen to her. She didn't even have a life to live at 29 years old.
She's always the one that's caring, loving, and got something for anybody. What I know is when she called out for help, nobody helped her. What I know is my auntie died crying. It's a lot of people out here that's gonna love you. A lot of people. We don't gotta put up with this. We don't gotta put up getting beat up on. We don't gotta put up getting shot at. At the end of the day, our black families out here are dying due to domestic violence, due to gun violence.
We were also able to find some social media posts made in the days and weeks prior to Angela's death, a stark foreshadowing of the events that eventually became a reality. According to the Milwaukee Homicide Database, Angela was one of the 224 known persons to have been killed in Milwaukee that year, the highest number of yearly homicides listed in the city in recent history. Interestingly, we also found that Ellis held no known criminal history in the state of Wisconsin. Currently, Ellis's case is being processed by the Court of Appeals in an attempt to reverse the court's decision. The outcome of that decision is yet to be determined.
Whether good or bad, everything we do in life has consequences. Hey everyone, I'm John and I appreciate you watching. Now, being in a relationship or marriage comes with its ups and its downs, but sadly, sometimes they end in tragedy. I've seen my fair share of violent and intimate relationships over my career. However, as a police officer, certain calls always stay with you. Now, I remember responding to one particular call of a woman who stated she and her boyfriend got into a verbal altercation over a situation that at first she was very ambiguous about. She then explained that she was unfaithful and the male left the house and she didn't know where he went. Now, through other calls that came in a collective effort of investigating, we later found that the male parked his car on Roosevelt Boulevard, which he shouldn't be because that's a very busy road. As we approached the male to make sure he was okay, the sight I saw literally gave me nightmares for many years to come, and he was barely recognizable. Now, this case out of Milwaukee is a little different, but we have a male who enters the police station and tells the officer that while physically playing around with his girlfriend, he points a gun at her and shoots her. Now, in my opinion, I don't believe the story the offender told of how everything transpired, but of course, I wasn't there. But he stated that he then moved the body to a different location in the house. He then attempted to clean up, then left the victim there allegedly for a day and a half, and lastly got rid of the weapon. Police then go to the location and have to kick the door down, and sure enough they find the deceased woman inside. Now thank goodness this man did own up to what he did and face the consequences, and the police treated him respectfully and with professionalism as they are trained to do. And this is an extremely sad situation, and my sincere condolences go out to the family of this young woman. Now statistically, 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men have experienced some form of physical violence by an intimate partner, and 19% of intimate partner violence involves a weapon. The signs that something bad could happen are escalating jealousy, isolation from friends or family, or maybe they are starting to threaten you. Take it seriously and get help. That's all I have for the day, guys. Remember to be safe, and I'll see you on the next one.
Just when you think you've seen it all.
Right? Yeah, there is no such thing as seeing it all.
Yeah.
That's the next thing you never thought you would actually see. How long you been?
Going on 5 years.
Alright. Alright, man.
Alright, man.
Good luck.
Yep.
Be safe.
You too.
Police find themselves in an intense negotiation when they discover a suspect may be armed.
Hey Justin, what's going on tonight? You had an episode earlier? Will you come down here and talk to me and Officer Thornhill, buddy? Since there's all kinds of stuff on the porch.
I don't know what happened.
You don't know what happened? We'll come down here and talk, and then we'll talk to your mom, okay?
I think distance would be best.
Between us?
I mean, you don't feel threatened?
I don't feel threatened. That's the thing. I don't feel threatened at all.
I do.
Why do you feel threatened? You know me. I've dealt with you multiple times.
All I've been trying to do is make my life better and not be the piece of I was once.
Well, I don't think you're POS. I don't think you are, okay? Well, look, where's your mom at?
I have no idea.
Oh, your mom? Okay. We'll come talk to you in just a sec. Hang on.
I
You want to go talk to mom? I'll keep an eye on him.
in my head. I don't even know what happened. But you keep wanting me to come down and have something to restrain me.
No. I never said anything about restraining you, putting you in cuffs, nothing like that. I just want you closer so we can talk.
You got any weapons on you, man?
No, but they're real close.
Okay.
I'm saying that's a problem for us.
There's literally one right there. And I'm not reaching for it, but there's literally, I'm not even gonna point at it anymore. So y'all can shoot me and get away with it.
We don't want to shoot you, Justin. That's the thing.
Nobody wants to shoot you. I'm not moving, and if you come up, I'm gonna try to protect myself.
What do you mean by you're going to defend yourself? What do you got to defend yourself against us for?
I got motherfuckers who keep my goddamn life. Y'all know this. You act like you don't.
If someone's messing with you, you got to make a report.
Let's forget tonight happened.
No, that's not how that works.
Why don't you
but
explain?
I got hurt the entire time. Everybody was on me. But it's okay to forget that. That's okay?
What happened tonight? Let's take it down a notch.
You just raised your voice and I'm supposed to take it down?
I have not raised my voice, Justin.
Somebody throw me a lighter and we just...
Well, I don't have a lighter, Justin.
What is that?
Or what? Yard.
Okay. If you would stay right there, I'm just going to grab it, okay? That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to grab it. We're going to transport this down here, okay? We don't have any weapons close, right?
Okay.
It'll go right here.
Very good.
Okay. I'm going to go talk to Mom.
Now you move closer.
Well, I was following my partner up here, making sure you weren't going to try to reach for nothing, man.
Back now. I would like it if you regress back down to the bottom of the set.
That's not. I'm not going to move all the way down, no, because I don't need you to try to reach for anything, nothing like that. So go in the house, just talk to me here. How about this? I will move a couple steps down.
Nah, see.
Look.
See, you want to command. I've been trying to make my life better and treat people better.
Look, I got a call for disturbance.
With me.
Ain't nobody with you, Justin. Listen to me.
I'm not sorry.
I don't think you are. Like I said, I've dealt with you before, Justin.
You won't?
And we've never had issues.
I already know what you got told.
We ain't been told nothing. All we were told there was a disturbance, and that's it.
Literally. That's why we're trying to get some information out of you.
I don't have a lighter, Justin. I don't.
Calm this down a couple of notches.
I don't have a lighter.
I maybe have one in my car.
Please.
But I don't know where it is.
This might take us a while anyways. I'm ex-military. They're gonna look my up this last time, even though it was a misdemeanor, like I pled guilty to something I didn't do. And then it keeps going.
Listen to me. Regardless of what's happened in the past, we're trying to figure out what happened. We gotta get both sides of the story.
I don't know that much.
Have you had anything to drink tonight? Let's start there. You drink anything alcoholic? Beer, whiskey, anything?
What time is it?
Almost 11:30, midnight, somewhere in there?
I don't think close enough that it would matter.
Have you done any drugs? Anything?
No.
I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just asking, okay? To see if you've done something that's altered your mental state, okay?
No. Yeah. People f on me.
Okay, well, if someone's messing with you, why haven't you made a report about it?
Because I don't like goddamn cops.
Well,
I
I
ain't no
get
goddamn
that.
snitch.
I'm gonna go talk to your mom, okay? Just stand by.
Stand by.
Just stand by.
Ex-military, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
That's literally it, man.
You
7
sound
years,
like,
7 years United States Army, okay? What's up?
Sound like somebody I was in jail with just recently.
What'd you say?
He said you sound like somebody he was in jail with recently.
Nah, man. That ain't me.
I swear to God.
All right, Justin, how about this? I'm going to digress back down the steps a little bit while we talk to Mom, okay? Can you hang out right there? Will that work?
If Mom's got a lighter, I tell you what,
We'll get you a lighter,
one
okay?
up here, okay?
Thank you. All right? But just hang tight right there.
Stand right there. Hang out, okay?
Hey, see if they got a lighter. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know who was coming up on us, okay?
That's fine.
To do with how he is tonight, I know this is the worst I've seen him, okay? Let me see that. I will give it to him.
So you know Justin?
Yeah, I've pulled him over before.
Yeah, it's the worst he's, he
He ain't been this bad. So, give us your side of what happened.
Okay, all I know is I was laying in bed and I kept hearing all this yelling and shit. And I heard something smash and just shatter. And I went out there and I told him, I said, give me my phone. He said, I ain't giving you my phone. I said, I'm going to break it. I said, don't break my phone, Justin. And he shattered it. And then when I went to try to go get it, he says, you want to see your soul leave your body?
Has he put his hands on you tonight? Be honest with me.
He shoved me.
He shoved you?
That's all, yeah. He shoved
Did you lose balance, anything like that?
I lost a little bit of balance.
Okay, so you almost fell over.
I almost fell over, yeah.
Well, here's what I want you to do, okay? We don't know how this is going to go down.
I do have a gun.
Yeah, okay, so where's that at?
It's locked up in my safe in my bedroom.
It's locked in your safe in the bedroom.
But one time me and him were fighting over it, and...
So, is it secured?
Yes, there's no bullets in it or nothing.
But does he have access to the gun and can find bullets?
Yeah, he could.
Okay, that's my main concern, because the statements he's making, I don't like it. All right, so y'all go get some cigarettes and just hang out down the street and go to your driveway and you'll get back, okay? I'm going to give this to him so he'll calm down.
Yeah.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick.
Get 0.9% APR. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $3,000 purchase allowance on this Encore GX. That's 10% below MSRP.
Hey, Justin, look what I got. I got a lighter. Huh? Yeah, they want to run to the gas station.
And they don't want to watch one unfold.
Here, you want this?
No.
The lighter?
You can throw it.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it to you. You ready?
Thanks, sir.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so we talked to Mom. So now we need to talk to you and figure out your side of things, okay? What do you